Three. Miss Parker, Miss Parker. Lord. He knows what I need. He knows what I like. What's up, Lola? Cindy. Older the berry, sweeter the juice. It's blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. Or vice versa. What's up, CJK? Anthony, good to see you, my friend. How's everybody doing on this Friday night? Poured myself a strong drink, so who knows where this is going to go. Might delete it. So, nothing serious. Let me get some of that for my cataracts. Oh, man.
You're going to cry in the car.
CJK, did you hear an Idaho video was released? Body cam footage? No. What? Wow. What do you mean? Can you be more specific? Yeah, and it was my day off too, Eli. You know? Explain that one. Explain how you get fired for stealing boxes on your day off. Bootleg. Man, my mama gave me that chain. I'm just going to tuck mine in. Yeah, who knows what we'll get into. I've been sipping on some whiskey. Shipping on the old strong drink. Not going to be able to do this much longer. At least for a while, right? This is my going away party. Pretty sure my wife's going to have her baby like any day now. Kind of excited to meet the little rugrat. Yep, she's about to pop out my baby boy. Cindy. Like anything. Big worm. Have money or me. No. Even half through, it was like, man, time is going by so fast. We need to start getting some shit done. But we got everything done. We got everything taken care of. So, we deep cleaned the whole house. We got the baby's room, the nursery done. Yeah, we got everything ready. Baby shower went well. Kate, you're sipping on some Jesus juice. You've been hanging around with MJ too much. Thank you. I appreciate that, Kate. My neck and my back. My neck, my back. My neck and my back. I want 150,000. You know how much you get for a slip and fall in the store? Ezel. You better not tell nobody. I'm not going to tell nobody. Thanks, Cindy. Yeah, the light wasn't very. Those photographs, the light in there was shitty. I changed out those lights. We put a mobile on the crib, hung up a mirror. They wanted put them, I don't know what to call those, bumpers on the Her mama got an ass too. Kate says, quick, serious-ish note. The prosecutors for Donna Adelson case went to work in their opening statement. In what way? What do you mean went to work? Kicked ass? Opening statement is very important. Bootleg, Lord is my shepherd. He know what I want. A good Lord. Write it down, take a picture. I don't give a fuck. Her Lord have mercy. So what's everybody up to this Friday? Yeah, this was a good one. It was interesting when this movie came out because I was living in the hood at the time. And there was these projects like right up the street from where I grew up. And I was always hanging out down there with these guys. And sit up front, talking shit, getting into trouble. Eli, puff, puff, pass. Fucking up the rotation, man. You said this was Indo, but it smells like outdo. There you go, Cindy. Got to load up those batteries. Bootleg. Ale. I got me. Let's see. What were these that I got from the dispensary? I got 3 2-packs. Pretty strong. THC is 30.31%. Well, around here. Oh. We call this here a 20-tween. Bootleg. I grew up in the rural part of the rural part. No hood here. Good. As a kid that I was living in the suburbs. You know, that's good. When your parents make you older, you turn the line. You know what I mean? Anthony, been going over that West Memphis 3 case the last few days. No way those kids pulled that off. Just don't buy it. Change my mind, anyone. Oh, yeah, they're guilty. 100% guilty. All you have to do is listen to Jesse Miss Kelly's confession, the amount of detail, and the way he talks about how Jason and Damien were performing fellatio on each other just before those kids showed up tells me everything that I need to know. And the fact that they had a photograph of those boys, textbook grooming, textbook predators. And if it was in the year 2017, they would have been doing exactly what Keegan Kline was doing. It would have been all online. Satanism and all of that. Yeah, those boys are as guilty as it gets. And honestly, I wouldn't doubt it if the DNA test that they're doing recently, if it doesn't come back positive for their DNA. I don't think Damien was expecting them to actually test it. That's how cocky he is. Because it was part of the stipulations. It was one of the stipulations of the Alfred plea was that they can't test any of the DNA or anything. Eli, I ate some gummies. Kick complete ass, ran back the kickoff for touchdown and got a safety off the following return. Damn. Already. I know. Holy tea. Glad to see I'm not the only one partaking. You guys are all wild. Bunch of wild boys and girls. I don't trust people who think they're guilty. So very true. I don't trust people who think they're guilty. Yeah, they're 100% guilty. If you want, I can play the Miss Kelly confession right now. He talks about how they were hanging out back there in that wooded area. And after it had flooded, they were swimming around in the little canal because it had just rained the night before and then the night after as well. So they were swimming in there. Jesse talks about in his confession how they would go under the water and play with each other. You know, I don't know if you guys know anything about Thelema. It's ritualistic sex magic. First time I ever heard about it was through Aleister Crowley. And Damien Eccles is a huge fan of Aleister Crowley. And him and Jason going under the water and doing stuff like that to each other, that's textbook Aleister Crowley shit. It doesn't even really mean that they're gay. They just like to defile each other. It's like a mocking God, is what it is. It's a God smack. That's why that band named themselves that. That's what they call it. What's up, Cheeks? West Memphis 3 guilty. Absolutely guilty. Absolutely. 35, 45 minutes. Be wanting to marry you, brother. Anthony Sleuth, I definitely disagree. They didn't tie those boys up, etc. Yeah, they did. They absolutely did. They planned it too. They had photographs of the boys way before they even showed up there. How do you explain that? They had photographs of them because they were grooming them. They were expecting them that day. That's why Jason and Damien were touching each other, because they were already kind of lost in this I don't know, like a microcosm, I guess. Did you listen to the prosecutor's coverage? Even Brett thinks they're innocent. Yeah, I don't go off the prosecution, all of that. I'm not pro prosecution, I don't fight for the state. I have my own mind and I use it. I'm not here to say, oh, I'm with the state, I'm with that. No, I'm with the facts. And all I needed to hear was Jesse Miss Kelly's confession. It's clear as day to me. The amount of details that he put in there, the calmness in his voice, everything about that confession tells me everything I need to know. Nothing you can say can change my mind. It painted the perfect picture of exactly what happened that day. Cindy. What's up, Nakia? How you been? It's also gifted an ounce of compressed keef. All for doing a favor. It's to do good. Yeah, if you do good deeds, man, the universe will pay you back. We reap what we sow. How can I help? But ton of other mistaken details. Like what? If you don't have anything to add about Jesse's confession, anything that can compel me against that, that's all I need to know. Everything else just falls right into place, like falling dominoes. Those boys are guilty as they come. And HBO is a wicked, wicked, wicked company. And so are all of these dark-hearted Hollywood elitists who help to free those boys. If you guys can't see it, you're blind. And I'm not mad at you. Just because we disagree doesn't mean that I dislike you. But I have something that's basically a God-given gift, and that's discernment. And if you don't have a connection with Christ, Jesus Christ, you don't have it. It's just the way I see things. Where you been hiding at? If they're getting boners, it's not just a ritual. Well, that's how they get off. They're sadists, right? They're not sexually attracted to men. They're attracted to sadism and defiling anything godly. That's what they like. They like to defile and corrupt. You know, that's Lucifer's game. That's his whole goal, to flip everything upside down. What's good, you guys will call bad, and what's bad will be called good. Cheek says they tied them up when they were already unconscious, in my opinion. I mean, what part of you don't think that Damien and Jason could overpower these boys? Like, what are you talking about? That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. They weren't knocked out. They were probably in. They most likely were knocked out. Yeah. That get beaten and then taken somewhere and then killed. Well, actually sexually assaulted and then killed. And that's exactly what happened to those 3 little boys. And it was Jason and it was Damien and Jesse who did it. Anthony, what photos are you talking about? Not sure, Anthony. There's a huge there's about maybe a 6 minute, well, 6-7 minute or second delay. So you have to be more specific. What's up, Tim? Been a while since I've been on. Totally behind on Delphi. Wanted your opinion on whether or not Klein was involved, or was it just a coincidence? I don't know. There's 2 answers to that. The answer is no, right? Factually, no, because I can't prove it. Now, if you want what my intuition is telling me, what my gut is telling me, is that 100% absolutely. Absolutely tied in. Kagan Klein, Las Vegas, Richard Allen, all of it. What's up, Miss Dog Lover? How you doing? Not trying to change your mind. Just want to know what you base it on. The majority of my opinion comes from Jesse Miss Kelly's confession. The amount of detail cannot be found in any photographs. People try to paint this image that he was coerced, and all of this, but all you have to do is listen to the man. He's telling you exactly what happened. He tells you what happened before they killed the boys, what happened during the murders, and after. Things that law enforcement could never know. No, you're making shit up. Nowhere has there ever been entered into evidence that they had pictures of the boys. Yeah, it's in his confession. Jesse Miss Kelly says they had photographs of the boys. So, see, the thing is that you shit on the prosecutor, right? And you talk about the evidence that they present. And then when it's not working for your narrative, you say, oh, well, the prosecutor never entered in that evidence, right? You just pick and choose. You have nothing to stand on. I'm standing on something. I'm telling you, I'm standing on the Jesse Miss Kelly confession. That's it. That's how simple it is to stand on your position. Jesse Miss Kelly, right? Okay. So he's wrong. The guy who was there, the guy who witnessed everything, he's wrong. But you're right. Because they're free. You're watching this live stream right now. Actually, they're probably at some kind of satanic cult meeting, honestly. Especially Damien. I'm sure he attributes black magic to the reason that he's free now. That's why all of these weird Hollywood people like Johnny Depp came to his aid. Ricky Jarvis. It wasn't rope, it was shoelaces. Jesse Miss Kelly, first confession said it happened while the boys were in school. Yeah, but if you listen to him, he has no conception of time. Right? Yep. Jesse Miss Kelly during his confession talks about how Jason Baldwin and Damien Eccles had a photograph of the boys, all three of them. Like they took the photo, right? It wasn't like a photo that they acquired. It was as if they were hanging out with the boys and took the photograph of them. So they were already grooming these boys. Right? They're going to these weird satanic cult meetings, sacrificing animals, things like that. So this would basically be the equivalent of Brad Holder coming forward and confessing that it was like an Odinist ritual. You know what I mean? Why tie them up and try to bury them in the creek? Well, they tied them up so that they could sexually assault them and torture them. And they didn't try to bury them anywhere. They just left them in the creek. They just threw them in there. They just wanted to torture them and sexually defile them, just like Aleister Crowley taught them to. Jesse Miss Kelly said there was blood in jeans as well. Well, they were in water. I hate to, but a lot of serial killers will tell you that they prefer to do the deed near a water source because water is so effective on DNA. And it's got which like that on the air. That just shows you how if you're in a classroom, you're in a professional setting, you're in a doctor's office, right? You can look at those photographs. You're a professional. You're roll over. Show exactly why HBO was supporting Damien in the beginning, because honestly, it is black magic. This is the power of black magic, right? That's about as all they can accomplish on this earth, right? Getting some satanic child killer out of prison. So it goes. Most kids, if they did something awful, would not stick around. They would run. They were comfortable there, Anthony. They I mean, they're 100% comfortable. That's their place. Cindy says Damien was not a normal kid. For a little while. I'll say two. Let me see. It's not that strong either, so we'll see. Anthony, he says he was there while they were tying them up, while they cut their genitals off, while they were being raped. Jesse even helped bring one of the boys back. So yeah, these guys are guilty. I don't know why you stick up for them. It's fucking crazy. These aren't just some goth kids, that were running around and were the goth crew in high school, right? Who were emo. No, these were people, these were actual practitioners. At least Damien, he was guiding these people and he was 100% about this. This isn't some, I like to wear black and sneak out to a rave and dye my hair black and pierce everything that I can, and then hang out with that crew in high school. No, this was a certified, and still is, a certified satanic, sadistic psychopath. Now he just gets to do it on a higher level, right? He gets to learn from Johnny Depp and all these other pieces of shit out there in Hollywood doing these things and getting away with it. They're showing him how to do what he did and not get caught. What evidence? Have to be pointed. It's so why people take it so personal when you disagreeing shouldn't be mistaken as disliking, right? And you shouldn't go around telling people that you're disappointed. That's like a way of that's like a form of manipulation. Throw on this false guilt, you know what I mean? Try to control you. Don't ever let anybody put that type of shit. So I could care if you're disappointed. It's weird you do that. Be disappointed. We're just having a discussion. You don't. So you're just ridiculous at this point. A bootleg, yeah, eating with Satan, giving each other hand jobs. Yep. So they were having satanic meetings, sacrificing animals, recruiting people. And in order to become part of the satanic cult, you have to actually eat the flesh of an animal. So after doing that and having orgies and things like that, that's what Jesse said, after defiling yourself at this point, you can only go one level up, right? If you're Damien, he's going to murder. Like, he's ready. He's just bringing these other guys with him. Right? He's done, he's going to live it. So all of the stuff that they make up in the Delphi case actually happened in the Memphis 3. But yet the people who think that actually happened in Delphi doubt that it happened. That you want to find a Satanist, that's how you do it. Why don't you go find anybody that supports Brian Koberger after a confession? Satan is their. You don't have to be Satan worship to be one. Those are the best kind, I'm assuming, right? For Satan. If I can get these people to worship me and then they don't even know that I exist, boom. You don't even know who your master is. It's the perfect crime. He literally got details wrong according to the prosecution. Now you're just being obstinate. What's that? Obstinate? I can't pronounce that word. I only have an 8th grade reading level. His confession's not clear, sleuth. I have it. We can play it right now if you want to listen to it. I don't mind. He didn't say anything about a rope. He said that they were tied up. You don't have to get mad, Kate. See, this is the type of crowd that I hope to avoid on this channel. And this is no disrespect to you, Kate, but we're just having just a conversation. There's nothing for you to announce all of that stuff. Like you can just and everything be okay. Nobody's challenging or you. That's what you want to win. You're smart. I'm dumb. I don't have a problem with that. Bootleg. Don't run. She's not running. Don't. Jogging. It's not a run. It's more of a jog. It's more a fast walk. Good night. Good night. Sweet dreams. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Yeah, can you believe that? Tears in Heaven. I mean, I knew it was coming, guys. Come on. We've been covering true crime too long to let these idiots get away with this shit. Fucking Dora the Explorer, fucking Swiper kidnapping the kid, and this fucking dad who is a monster almost killed his other child and did 1 day in jail. I'm telling you guys, there's no such thing as a justice system. You have to take, if you're gonna, you have to take care of yourselves. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your family. And honestly, avoid law enforcement if you can, at all costs. Avoid overly nice people. You know, those are, usually that's what the predators approach, right? Satan even presented himself as an angel of light. That predator's way. Oh, you guys need some time off. You deserve, a date night. I'll take care of the kids. Fuck no. I'll prefer my sister or a family member that gets irritated when I call. I'll take that any day. They disagree. Put in the water for a reason, not just left there. Because it's for DNA. Water destroys DNA. And just being out in the elements like that is horrible from a forensic standpoint. Jari, what's going on? Lola says, my ex-partner got arrested for murder. The police nearly convinced him he had done it. They eventually caught the right people. Yeah, that happens. False confessions. You got to remember, just because false confessions exist doesn't mean every confession is false, right? We have to keep everything in context, and we have to take it on a case-by-case scenario, case-by-case basis. Anthony says, Jason said to his attorney, a kid, the state sure made it seem like he did it because he knew they didn't do it. What do you mean, Anthony? Like Jesse confessed in details that the cops know. Cops didn't know that the boys, that Damien, Jen, and Jesse were swimming there. They didn't know that. The Damien called them back there like, hey, because he had invited him there. I'm telling you guys, this is 100% a grooming crime. If it was the age of the internet, it would have been just like Delphi. Groomed. They were groomed. Groomed and lured. And then used as the evolution of their Satanism, right? Start out with animals, did this, and that. Right? Everything that they try to say that the Delphi murders was actually happened with the West Memphis 3 case. Where do you think they got all this from? You know, they weren't just picking on some boys that were wearing black. Because trust me, those are the kids that I hung out with. I know what they're trying to say. And I know that some people relate to this case because of that. And if that's the reason you're relating to this case, you're being manipulated 100%. Because that's not what these boys were. Damien Eccles wasn't just the goth kid. This was a cold-hearted, sadistic, satanic son of a bitch. Still is. Yeah, but there's blood, you know, Anthony. There's blood. They could have cut themselves. So you can still match people's blood, you know, back then. Fingerprints. Cindy, I wonder if those no. Cindy, I think those famous people helped them because they knew that they were guilty. That's what separates me from most of the people who are viewing that case. I believe that HBO and all of these Hollywood people helped out specifically Damien. I don't think it was the other ones. I think it was specifically Damien. The other two just came along for the ride. But I believe that these Hollywood elite satanic types came to help Damien because they knew that he was guilty. They're guilty too. Who's Michael Dade? Yeah, bootleg. You have to have dialogue. But confirmation bias, it's okay to have bias, you guys. It's okay to have bias. But if you're going to be intellectually honest with yourself, you have to acknowledge the bias, set it aside, and then come up with a clear picture of what's going on. But when you get overly emotional, that's a telltale sign, a red flag of confirmation bias. And that's not helpful for you, me, anybody. And honestly, we don't have time for that. We don't have any room for that type of behavior. How so, Anthony? What makes it garbage? I think it's a perfect example of a good confession, right? Details that only the killer would know. Calm, collective. Yeah, that there's nothing wrong with that confession. That confession should have been admissible. Yeah, and that's fine, Anthony. Like it's not about loving the channel or hating the channel. It's just about having a conversation. Like it's that should never come up. The thought of like, oh my God, I disagree with this person. Fuck this channel. You know what I mean? Like that's weird to me. Like imagine just going to all of these channels just to just because they agree with, you know, your thought process. Yep. 100% Nick, yeah. Let me see if I can find it. I'm pretty sure I posted it on my channel. Let's put up a vote real quick. But here, we're going to put up a little bit, see if you guys want to hear it. Hey, what's up, Chris? Ukaipa is a shithole. Yeah, it looked like some off-grid type shit. Yeah, I agree with that, Cindy. I don't trust overly nice people. Nobody's overly nice. You know, nice is an action, if you ask me. Nice is something that's done. Yep. Maybe Dave. All right, guys, I'm just putting up a poll real quick. Do you want to hear the Jesse Miss Kelly interview? Yes, no. What are you up to, Davey? How's your Friday going? Yep, 100% cheeks. And probably to drown them, make sure they were dead. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Anthony. They didn't do anything. Like, what do you mean? Everything that they did to the boys, was while they were sexually assaulting them. They tied them up and hogtied them so that they could torture them and cut off their genitals. But when they were done, they threw them in the water and they left. I don't understand what you mean by hanging around. Like them being tied up and all of that stuff, being stabbed and mutilated and all of that. That's all part of the crime. That's not them hanging out. When they were done doing that, they left. We'll see how the poll goes. I'll play it. I want to play it, but right now we only have. So if you guys want to hear it, make sure you vote now. I'll come down in a minute. If you don't hear this, make sure you vote. I don't know, Anthony. I think that's the first time anybody's ever come at you in this chat. I think everybody knows you. Yeah, it's all good. You're good, Davey. I vote music at some point. What do you want to hear? I don't know. I might have monetized this, Nakia. We would have to shut this live stream down and open up a new one. Yeah, typically if you're going to try to play music, you have to make sure it's not monetized or it'll be shut down right away. Yeah. I'm not quite that buzzed right now. There. Not there yet. All right. Looks like the majority of you guys want to do this. So take a look. Now, close this down. Flute. All right. Share my screen. Take that off of there. And here we go. Let me know if you guys can hear
Memphis
this.
Police Department conducting an investigation for the offense of triple homicide. Case file number 93050666. Currently in the office with Jesse Lloyd Miskelly Jr. Birth date 7/10/75. Education as a 9th grade. The place we're in, the detective division. Today's date is 6/3/93. The time now is 2:44 p.m. Present in the interview will be Inspector Gary Gitchell and Jesse Miskelly. Jesse, in front of me, I have a rights form. And it's got your signature at the bottom of it. Is that correct? Your signature?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're informing you that we are Detective Sergeant Mike Allen and Detective
I believe
Brian
Jesse.
Ridge. Now, Detective
Anthony.
Sergeant Mike Allen is the one that read.
That's the problem. That's the problem that I have right now. Is I believe this confession right here. 100%. This is not a coerced confession. And the amount of details and the way that Jesse just goes off on his own. Like, yeah, they do hold his hand through a lot of the crime scene stuff, but I'm talking about the little details before that.
This form to you.
This right here is the very reason that I believe those boys are guilty. Everything else is just like, what is it? Camutriol? Did I say that right? You know, it's just dressing.
Earlier. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I was here when he read it to you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Police officers of the West Memphis Police Department. We're conducting an investigation for the offense of capital felony murder, which was committed on or about 5/5/93. Before we ask you any questions, you must know and understand
just
your
family
legal
members,
rights.
CJK.
Therefore, we warn and advise you that you have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And those are your initials on the line in front of that statement?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Anything you say can be used against you in court. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
And those are your initials.
Yes, it is.
You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions and have him with you during questioning. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
And those are your initials.
Yes, it is.
If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before any questioning if you wish, no cost to you. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
And those are your initials.
Yes, it is.
If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering at any time. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
Those are your initials.
Yes, it is.
You're up here of your own free will. You
Right.
came up here to answer some questions, and basically
Hi, Cindy.
we found out some information during those questions. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. At the bottom of this form is a waiver of rights. It says, I have read this statement of my rights and I understand what my rights are. I am willing to make a statement and answer questions. I do not want a lawyer at this time. I understand and know what I am doing. No promises or threats have been
It's
made
good
to
for people
me.
to hear.
No pressure or force has been used against me. Is all that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you signed the bottom of the form.
Yes, I did.
Okay. It's witnessed by Mike Wayne Allen and myself, Detective Brian Ridge. Okay, Jesse, let's go straight to that date, 5/5 of 93, a Wednesday, early in the morning. You received a phone call, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Who made that phone call?
Jason Ball.
What occurred? What did he talk about?
He called me and asked me could I go to West Memphis with him, and I told him no. I had to work and stuff, and then he told me he had to go to West Memphis, so him and Damien went. Then I went with him.
All right, when?
Wednesday.
All right, when did you go with him?
That morning.
At 9 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I went with them. You know,
Yeah, I
Now,
used to
were
fight
you
with
in
my
a car?
sister too.
Whose car were you on?
we walked.
Y'all walked?
All right, we walked, and then
Where did you go?
we went to Robin Hood.
You went to the Robin Hood. Explain to me where those woods are.
About Blue Beacon turquoise.
It's a little patch of woods
Little patch of woods
behind Blue Beacon.
behind it. Right back there behind it.
Okay. What occurred while you were there?
When I was there, I saw Damien hit this one boy real bad, and then now he started screwing him and stuff, and then
All right. You've got in front of you a picture that was taken out of the newspaper, I believe. It's got 3 boys. And these are the 3 boys that were killed on that date in Robin Hood Woods. Okay. Which one of those 3 boys is it you say Damien hit? The third picture, which will be
This boy right
He
here?
called
Yeah.
him out by
All right,
name.
that's,
He said Michael Moore.
The Byers boy.
Christopher.
That's who you're pointing at?
If you read the caption, the Grizzly slain from left, 8-year-old Michael Moore, Stephen Branch, and Christopher Byers.
So he said Michael Moore, but was pointing at the Byers boy.
Okay. So you saw Damien strike Chris Byers in the head.
Right.
What did he hit him with?
He hit him with his fist and bruised him all up real bad. And then Jason turned around and hit Steve Branch
Okay.
and started doing the same thing. Then the other one took off. Michael Moore took off running. So I chased him and grabbed him and held him till they got there, and then I left.
Okay. All right. When you get the boys back together, where are you at from the creek?
I was by the service road.
Up by the service road? Okay. Now, when
What's up, Boston?
he hits the first boy, where are they at when he hits him? Are you in the woods? You on the side of the big bayou? You out in the field? Where you
I
at?
was in the woods.
In the woods. Okay, you've been down there in those woods before.
So
Can you describe to me what in those woods? What's the location where you were? Is there a path you go down?
I was down a little path.
All right, where does that path go to?
It lead out there close to the field, close to the interstate.
Okay.
Stuff where I was at.
All
I
right.
was close by the interstate.
When he hits the first boy, and then Jason hits another boy, and one takes off running, where does he run to?
That one, he runs out, going out the park, and I chased him and grabbed him and brought him back.
Which way does he go? I mean, does he going back towards where the
He
houses are?
goes
Is he
back.
going to Blue Beacon? Is he going out towards the field?
He goes
Where's he
back.
running to?
Towards the houses.
Towards the houses.
So
Where
this
the
way,
pipe is that goes across the water.
back over the
He
pipe.
run out there, like And I called him and brought him back. And then I took off.
Okay. Well, you came back a little bit later, and all three boys are tied.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
And then I took off and went home.
All right. Have they got their clothes on when you saw them tied?
They had them off.
They had already gotten them off. When he first,
See, the thing about Jesse is he's probably leaving out a lot that he did, right? He keeps talking about how they, we're screwing the boys and doing this and that. But the truth is, he was probably partaking in all of that too. Psychopaths will leave that part out. Anything that makes them look bad, they're not going to tell that part of the story. But the truth is, he probably did not leave and come back. He probably was participating, helping, holding the boys. He was probably doing a lot more than what he's admitting to here.
first hit the boy, when Damien first hit the first boy, did they have their clothes on then?
Mm-hmm.
All right. When did they take their clothes off?
Right after they beat up all three of them and beat them up real bad.
Beat them up real bad. And then they took their clothes off.
And
Then they tied them.
then they tied them up, tied their hands up. They start screwing them and stuff, cutting them and stuff. And I
Go, and he says, like most kids would do. Well, that's speculation right there too, isn't it, Anthony? You're speculating. Both speculating. That's all we have.
saw it and I turned around and looked. And then I took off running. I went home. And then they called me and asked me how come I didn't stay. I told them I just couldn't.
Just couldn't stay for long.
I couldn't stand to see what they were doing to them.
Okay. Now, when it's going on, when it's taking place,
Well, yeah, I mean, it's obvious though.
you saw somebody with a knife. Who had a knife?
Jason.
Jason had a knife. What did he cut with the knife? What did you see him cut, or who did you see him cut?
I saw him cut one of the little boys.
All right, where did he cut him at?
He was cutting him in the face.
Cutting him in the face. All right. Another boy was cut, I understand. Where was he cut at?
At the bottom.
On his bottom? Was he face down and he was cutting on him, or?
He was.
Now, you talking about bottom? Do you mean right here
Mm-hmm.
in his growing area? Okay.
So you
around-
know what his penis is?
Yeah. That's where he was cut at.
That's where he was cut.
Which boy was that?
That right there.
You're talking about the Byers boy again? Okay.
Are you sure that he was the one that was cut?
That's when I seen him cutting on.
Do you know what a penis is?
Yes.
Is
Do
that
you
where
know
he
what
was
a
cutting?
penis is?
So I seen him going down that. And he was on his back. I seen him going down like.
All right, let's pause for a minute. So it looks like Damien Eccles and Johnny Depp have 3 matching tattoos. Apparently, one is like looks like some type of a bird, maybe a raven on the top of their hands, and then they have another tattoo on their forearms, and then they wear a certain necklace. It's like, I guess it's part of some vampire cult. And the lead singer of Marilyn Manson wears one too.
Get real close to his penis and stuff. And I saw some blood, and that's when I took off.
Were y'all close to the creek at that point?
Yes.
Where was the little boy actually at?
He was close. About.
All right, you know where the bio is.
Right.
All right, and you know where the little creek is that goes out to the expressway. And doesn't have a lot of water in it, but it's got some water in it, and it's flowing through there. Which side of that creek were you on? Were you on the Memphis side of the creek, or were you on the Blue Beacon side of that creek?
Blue Beacon.
On the Blue Beacon. So there's like a tall bank. Where were you at on that bank?
I was standing up at the top.
All right, where were they at?
They was at the bottom.
On which side?
The Memphis side.
They were on the Memphis.
Notice the lightning bolt on Johnny Depp, right? Lucifer was cast out of heaven like a lightning bolt. Took 1/3 of the angels with him. He fell like a bolt of lightning from heaven. That's why whenever you see the lightning bolt like for Harry Potter, metal art. They use that as part of their symbolism. Well,
This side.
I was on
All right, we're going to correct that even further. That's the east side. Memphis side is the east side. You were standing at the top of the bank on the west side. Were you looking down at what was going on?
I was looking down. After I seen all that, I took off.
Okay. And when you left, did you hear any more hollering or anything?
No,
All right. You went home. And about what time was it that all this was taking place?
they called me about.
I'm not saying when they called you. I'm saying what time was it that you were actually there in the park?
I was at about 12.
About noon? Okay. Was it after school? Had let out?
see, he doesn't know what time it is. So you got to think about it. He's already done a full shift of work, and there's absolutely no way that it's 12. The dude doesn't know time.
I didn't go to school.
What these other boys?
They skipped school.
They skipped
They
school.
going to catch their bus or stuff, and they was on their bikes.
So he's saying
All right,
they skip
they're wrong.
school, not because he knows that they skip school. He's saying, well, they must have skipped school because it's 12. So they must have skipped school. So he's trying to explain it in real time.
Bikes. Where were their bikes at?
They laid their bikes down when they came out there to the when they hollered for him, told him come out there.
Yeah, he definitely has a low IQ. I think it's under 100. I think anything under like 105 is low IQ. Maybe even like under 110 might be low IQ. Not quite sure, but I think he was double digits. But I'm not holding that against him because I'm listening to what he's saying. Like I'm listening to the details. So I'm listening to what he's saying and I'm hearing the low IQ stuff, right? Like the low IQ stuff is not really being able to keep track of what the time is. Maybe doesn't really know what the date is. Maybe doesn't even know what the month is. You know, he's using other things to get to work on time, to get to school on time. Like he might be depending on others. I know, maybe somebody's setting an alarm clock. Maybe somebody gets up, in the morning every day at the same time and they just wake him up. He doesn't know what time it is. He just knows that that's what time I get up and I got to make it to the bus, pretty soon or I'll miss it. Doesn't really comprehend what time really is. So those are the low IQ things. But as far as being a good witness, you have to listen to the details. He's giving these very specific, he's painting a picture. He's not trying to keep up with law enforcement. He's literally leading them somewhere, right? They're not creating this atmosphere for him. He's creating an atmosphere for them and us, if you're willing to listen.
Where did they lay their bikes down? That's what I'm asking.
I don't know where they laid their bikes at down there, because I was behind Damien and them, way behind them.
Okay.
And when they hollered, then I seen the boys.
Little boys came.
Anthony says most people know lunchtime, breakfast, dinner as a kid. Yeah, but you would be assuming that you know anything about Jesse and the way he was raised. You know what I mean? You can't assume that.
Mm-hmm.
Had Damien seen these boys before?
Yes.
Has he done things with them before? Or has he just been watching them? Has he had sex with them before? Has he ever had sex with any of them before?
No, he's been watching them.
He's been watching them.
So Jesse says Damien's been watching them, right? This is your typical scenario. If the internet was around, he would have been using Snapchat to target these young boys. But listen to what Jesse's saying. He's painting a picture that these are ideas that weren't provided to him. Law enforcement had no clue about the grooming and all of this. They thought it was a chance encounter. So if you're talking about somebody with low IQ, how is he coming up with these complex theories, right, on his own? He's not. He's just telling the truth.
You mentioned earlier that at one of the meetings you went to with this cult thing, they had some pictures.
Yeah, they were,
Describe
Anthony.
those pictures for me.
It had some houses, the trees and stuff.
Okay. Had somebody taken pictures of these boys?
Mm-hmm.
Were they
So,
in the
listen.
houses or were they in these trees when they took those pictures?
Did you hear that? Jesse's telling him how Damien had photographs of the boys. This is textbook grooming, you guys. And I guarantee it, Jesse may not know it, but they were molesting those boys. 100%.
They were in the houses.
At the houses.
Probably part of the reason they
Did
killed
they
him.
take like one picture of one boy?
It was in a group.
See,
Always
listen.
three?
It was a group of pictures of 3.
See, look, listen to those details. He's explaining the photograph. The officer, he doesn't say, oh, he had pictures of all 3 boys, right? That's what an idiot would say. Oh, he already had photographs of the boys. And how would somebody with low IQ even come up with the idea that they were already grooming the boys, right? He's not going to say that. But instead, he gave specific detail. The low IQ stuff is like, hey, I don't know what time it is. I don't know what noon is. I don't even know what you're talking about. You know? That's the low IQ stuff. He's not a complete moron. He just struggles with probably certain things, complex issues. But remembering what he saw with his own eyes, he's giving it to us clear as day.
All 3 of them.
All 3 of them were
He
generally.
said all 3.
How many pictures?
All 3 were in the photograph. So he said, yeah, Damien had photographs of the boys. Oh, he had different photographs? No, all 3 were in a group photo. That's not something a low IQ person would come up with. It's extremely complex, right? Because it eliminates so many other possibilities. It's like a chess game. It's not checkers. It's as if he's thinking 3 or 4 steps ahead in order to come up with something like that. But he's not. He's
Did you see
I
altogether?
just saw one.
Okay. And it had these same 3 boys in it?
Mm-hmm.
You're certain of that?
Now, did you say the boys skipped school that day? These little boys did?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure?
They was going to catch them, going somewhere, and like I said,
See, he says, I don't know if they were skipping school, but they were going somewhere. They were going to catch their bus. See, this is the low IQ stuff, right? He's witnessing the boys on their bikes going somewhere. So in the low IQ mind, he's thinking, well, they must have been going to catch their bus or headed to school or ditching school, or he doesn't really have an answer. So the low IQ listen to the details, the witness now on street. Everything else is speculation. He doesn't know. He doesn't know that Damien and Jason have lured these boys out here. He got off work and wanted to come hang. Damas, right? He doesn't know what it's called. It's a sub. He doesn't know, but the witness recollection is focus on, not the weird speculation coming from him, but his actual eyewitness account. And I'll run it back.
At the houses. Did they take like one picture of one boy?
Very specific group
Always
photograph
three?
of the boys.
Pictures of 3. All 3 of them.
All 3 of them would generally be together.
Mm-hmm.
How many pictures did you see
I
altogether?
just saw
One photograph.
Okay. And it had these.
He said one photograph. He could have easily been like, oh, they had a whole bunch of photographs. They had a whole bunch of photographs, right? Trying to sell it. But no, he's like, no, they had one photograph of these boys. And it was a group photo. That is extremely specific.
Same 3 boys in it?
Mm-hmm.
You're certain of that?
Mm-hmm.
Now, did you say the boys skipped school that day? These little boys did?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure?
They was going to catch them, going somewhere, and
That's what I'm
Like I
thinking,
said,
Anthony Polaroid.
Damien and them left before I did. I told him I meet him there.
See, he said Damien and them left before I did. I told him I would meet him there because he had to go to work. So he has no conception of time at all. That's his problem. That's the low IQ stuff. But we have to listen to his eyewitness account. Forget all his weird speculation shit.
So if I had to get ready and stuff, I'll meet him there. And it was early in the morning, so they went ahead and met me. They went ahead, went up there, and then I came up.
Right.
You know,
Right. Early in the morning. How does he know that? The sun's probably coming up. So, hey, I know it's early in the morning. I don't know what time it is, but that's when I get up.
later on behind them.
What time did you get there?
I got there about 9.
In the morning?
Mm-hmm.
Of Wednesday morning.
Mm-hmm.
And
What time is it right now?
See, he's like,
Right now?
see, right there, he goes, what time is it right now? Because they're starting to catch on that this motherfucker doesn't know. He can't tell time.
Yeah. You don't know what time it is?
do you not wear a watch?
Sit home.
So
He said, what time is
your
it?
time
I don't know.
period.
See, there's your proof right there, guys. He has no conception of time. He has no idea. They knew. That's when they knew. They're like, well, we know this guy's involved. But 9 a.m., like, what the fuck? These kids did go to school. There's no way it's 9 a.m. How does this guy go to work, get off work, and it's still 9 a.m.? This dude, they're just thinking like, damn, this dude's dumb. He doesn't know how to tell time. And they literally ask him, what time is it right now? He goes, I don't know. There's your proof right there.
Might not be exactly right what you're saying.
Right.
But it was like early in the day, but you don't know exactly what time. Okay. Because I've got some real confusion with the times you're telling me. But now, this 9 o'clock in the evening call that you've got, explain that to me.
Well, after all the stuff
exactly,
happened
boss.
that night that they done it,
Okay.
I went home about noon. Then they called me at 9 o'clock.
Did you hear what he said? He said, so it was late at night. When they were done, I went home. It was like noon. He has no idea what he's talking about when it comes to time. So he's talking about PM now, right? It's late at night. He called it noon. Watch here. Let me play that back. So you can't get lost with him not being able to tell time. That's like asking somebody, did you commit a murder? Okay, now do this calculus equation for me. Solve this mathematical equation. Like, what does one have to do with the other thing? It doesn't have anything to do with anything. You have to listen to the witness recollection.
Okay. Because I've got some real confusion with the times you're telling me. But now, this 9 o'clock in the evening call that you've got, explain that to me.
Well, after all the stuff happened that night that they done it,
Okay.
I went home about noon. Then they called me.
See, he said, I went home around noon. He doesn't even know what noon is. Who took the pictures? Where's the photos? I don't know. Where's Koberger's knife? You know what I mean? He doesn't know what time he went to work, Anthony. He just knows it was in the morning. He has no clue. This dude doesn't know how to tell time. Pitbull, good to see you. Maybe Damien had the Cub Scouts pic of the boys and considered it a group photo. If Damien laid down each pic and snapped. No, he said it was a group photo. He said it was all of the boys together in a photo. He didn't say it was a photo of photos. He said it was a group photo. He actually used those words, group photo. Yeah, he's dumb. Can't really be sure what he's saying. Nah. See, you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater, Anthony. It doesn't work that way.
At 9 o'clock that night, they called me.
Okay. And what did they tell you on the telephone?
They asked me how come I left so early and stuff. Then I told them I couldn't stand there watching it no more, so I had to do something to get out of there.
Nakai, does he mean midnight, not noon? But he's confused. I think so. I don't think he even knows any of that. I don't think he knows what it is. I think he thinks noon is like maybe like how bright it is out. I don't think he realizes it's 12 o'clock, 12 p.m. I don't think he realizes that. I think he thinks noon is when it's really bright out.
Okay. Who called you?
Jason.
And you mentioned you heard some voice in the background.
I heard some banging.
And what else? I think you said that he made the call from his house.
Okay, now listen to these details. He said Jason called him asking him, "Why'd you leave?" So they're afraid. They think he's going to snitch. And we have this low IQ person who's giving us this account of what happened. And he's painting this picture like a poet or like a writer, right? When he's telling the story, we can literally visualize it. We can visualize Jason making the call. He's on the phone. Jason's on the other end. And in the background, you have Damien yelling like, "Hey, ask him this, tell him this, blah, blah." There's a perfect picture being painted here by this low IQ person because all he's doing is giving us his recollection of the truth.
He made a call from his house, and Damien was hollering in the background and said, "We done it, we done it. What we gonna do if somebody saw us? What we gonna do?"
Okay. Now, the knives. Was there one
We
knife?
done it.
Two
We done it.
knives?
What are we going to do if somebody
your
saw
knife
us? What
back?
are we going to do?
Did somebody take
Great
you and use
detail.
your knife? Do you have a knife?
I got one knife.
Where is it at?
It's at home.
Okay. The knife that you said Jason was using,
Mhm.
where is it?
I don't know what he done with it, because after I left, then that's when I don't know what they done with it. After I left, I don't know what
He
they done
didn't
with
tell
it.
you he hid it somewhere?
Son, I got a feeling here. You're not quite telling me everything. Now we are recording everything. So this is very, very important to tell us the entire truth. If you were there the whole time, then tell us you were there the whole time. Don't leave anything out. This is very, very important. Now just tell us the truth.
I was there till they tied him up. And then that's when I left. After they tied him up, I left.
But you saw him cutting on the boys.
I saw him cutting on him. And then
So what else left is there after that?
they laid the knife down beside him. And I saw him tying them up. And then that's when I left.
Were the boys conscious or were they
They was unconscious still.
unconscious?
And then after I left, they done more.
They done more.
They started screaming again.
See, he says after I left, they done more and started screwing him again. What he really means was I didn't leave. I'm not that good of a person. And I actually was there holding him down, and he might have even sexually assaulted the boys as well.
Okay. How were they screwing them when you saw them?
He's not going to add that part.
Jason stuck his in one of them's mouth. And Damien was screaming one of them up the ass and stuff.
Okay. All right. And the one that they were cutting the penis off of, did any of them, or cutting the penis or whatever was being done, did they have sex with him at all?
Yeah, Anthony. We can't have it both ways. We can't say, "Hey, this guy's an idiot," so we can't accept what he says. And then when he says something to accept that. You can't say, "Oh, he doesn't know what he's saying," and then he's telling the truth that Jason called him and said, "Hey, like he was doing a temperature check. Like, are you going to turn us in? Like, you're acting kind of weird."
No.
Did either one of them?
Jesse is painting a perfect picture, right? How is he able to visualize it as he's seeing?
Jason did.
Jason was screwing him while Damien stuck his in his Let the boys mind.
Okay. How did he have sex with that one?
He was holding them down, right?
Uh-huh.
And Jason had his legs up in the air, and that little boy was kicking.
Did you hear that?
Saying,
He said he had him down on the ground, holding him down with his legs spread open, and the boy was kicking. And I mean, you can literally see these boys fighting with Damien and Jason. You can literally see it.
and don't, like that.
Okay. He had his legs up in the air. All right. What was to keep these little boys from running off? If just their hands are tied, what's to keep them from running off?
They beat him up so bad, well, they can't hardly move.
Okay, he asked him, well, why can't they just run away? He didn't say, oh, well, they were tied up. He tied them at the feet. He used rope, something that somebody would just make up. Well, they tied them up. They used their shirts and he tied their feet. They couldn't run. Their feet were tied. No, he straight up told them exactly what happened. And this is what happens in most murder crime scenes, right? The victim is beaten unconscious, and then the horrible things happen. So for him to explain it this way in such great detail, guys, I just don't understand why you think he's lying.
Okay. How did he have sex with that one?
He was holding them down, right?
Uh-huh.
And Jason had his legs up in the air, and that little boy was kicking, saying, don't, like that.
Okay. He had his legs up in the air.
He said he had his legs up in the air and the boy was kicking and screaming, no, 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 stop, stop, stop. And that's exactly what happened. Those boys were begging for their lives. And these animals who killed them are free right now. So I'm hoping that the state that called their bluff and who is running this DNA, when they find their DNA, I hope they can rearrest them. I hope this has nothing to do with the agreement that was made. And I hope this constitutes new evidence, because that's what I'm anticipating, is their DNA all over those shoelaces.
All right. What was to keep these little boys from running off? If just their hands are tied, what's to keep them from running off?
Well, they beat him up so bad, well, they can't hardly move. They have their hands tied down.
All right,
Just sit on them.
You said they had their hands tied down. Were their hands tied in a fashion to where they couldn't have run? You tell me.
They could run. They just had them tied. When they knock them down and stuff, they can hold their arms and stuff and hold them down like where he couldn't raise up. And the other one pick his legs up.
Okay.
So what it sounds like is they beat him up bad and then tied their hands, right? And then once they started waking up and coming to, right, you start kind of snapping out of it. You start moving and kicking. And then that's when they take the shoes, tie the shoes to what they've tied to the hands, right? Everything's about how these killers get from point A to point B. What is their modus operandi? How are they going to get from point A to point B? Point A being nothing's happened, everything is fine, to point B, to actually going through with these fantasies that they have. And how do they get that? How do they get their hands on their victims? How do they get from point A to point B? Well, this is how they did it when it comes to these three.
So they had them under control. You were there.
Okay, what did Ted Bundy do to all of his victims before he sexually assaulted them and then murdered them? He beat the living shit out of them. He found a tool in his car and just pummeled his victim. That's how you make them unconscious. Some people use drugs, right? Rufalin, the date rape drug. Some people just beat the shit out of you. And that goes for you men too. You're not safe. You don't think somebody could just come and bash you upside the head and then do whatever they want with you, tickle your butthole. I'm telling you, men get raped. There was a man that was raped in Florida last year in a bathroom. He was so drunk. A man that was recently released from prison pressed him up against the wall and raped him in the bathroom. He was so drunk he couldn't do anything about it. Imagine that. Imagine that shit.
There the whole time that was taking place.
I was saying.
Okay. One of them was cut on the face real bad. Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
And one of them was being cut on his penis.
Yes.
All right.
Did anyone use a stick and hit the boys with?
That man had kind of a big old stick when he hit that first one. After he hit him with his fist, knocked him down, then he got a big old stick and hit him.
What did the stick look like? I mean, was it like a big log like that, or is it a stick?
I'll say about that big around. I'll say about that now.
Okay.
About the size of a baseball bat, and maybe just a little bit bigger around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what you described with your hands, right?
He used a log as his weapon. Almost, and think about it. Like with Richard Allen, he's using this razor blade, right? So when he cuts his victim, there might be some kind of splatter, but it's really not going to be a whole lot. It's something that's going to bleed afterward. It's not really that violent, right? It's not like something Brian Koberger did. But with a log, it's much more brutal. It's archaic. You know, you're smashing and crushing bone and things like that. It's not, knives are kind of surgical, right? When you go to surgery, what do they use on you? They use a knife. They, a nice cut, nice incision, and they sew you back up and give you some medicine. I think the fact that they used these tactics tells us a lot about the violence of Damien Eccles. And if he is guilty, guys, he's running these streets right now. And I want everybody to be aware of that. And the fact that he's friends with Johnny Depp and all these guys just means that he's doing what he always wanted to do, but now behind closed doors and with protection, with powerful attorneys. It's fucking scary.
Okay. How long was the knife that Jason was using? All right, you're describing a knife that would be about 6 inches long. Is that right? Mm-hmm. And what kind of blade did it have on it?
Like just a regular knife blade.
Was it a knife that you fold up, or was it like a hunting knife that's just one piece?
Just a fold up knife.
It was a folding knife?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Does Damien have a knife?
No.
He doesn't have one? He didn't have one that night?
He didn't have one that night.
Did he borrow yours?
No, he borrowed mine.
Okay.
Did they have a briefcase with them?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't see a
I didn't
briefcase?
see a briefcase.
Does anybody know what this is? This tattoo? I'm very curious. Do you guys know? Yeah, absolutely. That just means he was dead before he was thrown in the water. Cheeks. Yeah, these guys are all child killers right here. All three of these motherfuckers. Now, HBO and all these people, they didn't come to his rescue because they thought he was innocent. They came to his rescue because they knew that he was guilty. Let that sink in. And then we might get on the same page. Maybe. And that's what they're trying to do with Richard Allen. If they just keep going and they're with the weapons of mass destruction. He first came out on stage and said, "Oh, Iraq has weapons of mass destruction," and we all went, "Oh my God, he's talking about Iraq." I thought we were, it was Afghanistan. Like, what's this fucking idiot talking about? Well, then the next day he came up on stage and said weapons of mass destruction. Then all the media started saying weapons of mass destruction. Every day we woke up, it was weapons of mass destruction. And then within like months, we're voting like, yes, fuck Iraq. We don't care for fuck them up. And we're hanging Saddam Hussein on public. If not I don't know what is. You guys can keep it in the sand if you want to. But that's what we're seeing here with Damien Eccles and these fucking guys right here. Same shit.
Not unless they left it there that day before it happened. Unless they left it there, they buy it and set it there that day.
Have you ever seen them with a briefcase before?
I said, that one night, I said it was that night.
Okay. What is kept inside that briefcase?
They had some cocaine and a little gun.
Is that where you first saw the...
He said cocaine and a little gun. Like, who comes up with that shit? Cannons in the briefcase. So they've been plotting. You guys wonder why the Stevenson case happens, right? Remember, they said there was Satanism or witchcraft or whatever involved, pentagrams left at the crime scene. Why would you think somebody would be motivated to kill the Stevensons? Old preachers. Because they were satanic. They were Satanists, just like Damien Eccles. The same reason that he killed those boys is the same reason whoever killed the Stevensons killed them. 100%.
Pictures of
Is
the
their
boys?
dad.
And you saw the pictures in the briefcase?
That's when we had that call.
Okay. Now, you have participated in this cult, right?
Yes.
How long have you been involved in it?
Been in about 3 months.
Okay. Tell me some
Talking
of the
about the
things
cult.
y'all do typically in the woods as being in this cult.
We go out, kill dogs and stuff, and then kill girls out there.
All right, what do you do with the girls when you're out there?
Witch brew and stuff.
Does just everybody take turns?
Everybody, and all have orgies and stuff like that.
Okay.
When you kill a dog, what do you do with it?
He says he's part of a cult. And then dogs. Why do you think Hollywood does those things? These are satanic things, guys. That's what's happening here. Look at Damien with these fucking people. The reason they support him is not because they know he's innocent. It's because they know that he's with them. And they fit some type of a ritual. Thelema is what they call it. Go look it up. Go look up Thelema along with Aleister Crowley, and you might understand where I'm coming from.
We usually skin it, build a bonfire, and eat it and stuff.
Okay, when you're initiating somebody new to come into a cult, what actually is done to initiate that person into the cult?
We usually, kill the animals. Since he knows, how to handle the meat and stuff.
Let me see if I can find that scripture where they talk about the lightning bolt. You guys see that? Oh, let me turn that down. Johnny Depp's nuts there. So it looked like Luke 10:18. All right. So let's go to Luke 10:18. Luke 10:18. And he said unto them, I beheld Satan as lightning fall from heaven. Crazy.
That's what kill him. See if he know. If he can't handle it, then he don't get in.
Okay. So he kills an animal. You mentioned earlier that he may have to eat part of that animal. What part of the animal would he eat?
All of his meat off his leg.
Meat off his leg.
Very specific.
And if he can't eat it, then he don't get in.
Can't get into the club.
Can't eat the meat off the dog.
Death row inmate Damian Eccles of the infamous West Memphis 3 begins his mission to clear his name. Eccles' legal team filed a motion in Crittenden County Court.
They're asking a judge to allow a California lab to test evidence using a new system.
Wind over heaven, huh? That's interesting. Interesting.
He talked to me exclusively about why now is the time to bring this case back into the spotlight. The West Memphis 3, out of prison for more than 10 years, but Damian Eccles tells me he is still not free.
Well, I want my name cleared, and I'm sure Jason and Jesse feel the same way. And I would also like to see the person who actually committed these crimes, as well as almost cost me my life, tried for that.
I interviewed Damian from his New Orleans home. He and his wife Lori moved there from New York during the pandemic. The move back south, just one recent life-changing decision. The other involves going back to court to fight for advanced DNA testing on evidence to prove his innocence.
One of the reasons, also that we stepped away from working on the case for so long is just because it's not pleasant to be reminded of this over and over. To have to rehash the most traumatizing thing that's ever been done to you.
Oh, no, we need to reach it. What are you talking about, bro? Do you see it? He never expected them to actually test this. I'm loving every minute of it.
You in your life over and over and over on a daily basis.
In 1993, police arrested an 18-year-old Eccles, 17-year-old Jesse Miskelly, and 16-year-old Jason Baldwin for the murders of 3 8-year-old boys, Christopher Byers, Michael Moore, and Steve Branch. The children's bodies were found naked and hogtied in a ditch in a wooded area of West Memphis. The teens were convicted during trials the next year.
I guess. I thought I'd be a little more by now, but I'm not. But yeah,
I followed the case from start to finish, even visiting Eccles on death row as he fought for an appeal.
I agree.
The whole world was watching.
I was also there at their release 18 years later, when defense lawyers showed no forensic evidence linked the 3 to the crime scene. A judge threw out the case, and prosecutors decided not to try them again. The condition? They enter Alford pleas, where they maintained their innocence, but were still considered guilty.
Let's go to Cindy. Even on the stand, he made himself look guilty. Well, he made that boogeyman comment too, right? Oh, everybody's going to look at me like I'm the boogeyman. because he was expecting to get convicted. Like, remember, all killers expect to get convicted right away until they sit with their lawyers. It isn't until they sit with their lawyers, right, Brad and Andy, that they actually believe that they're going to get off with this, right? And they give it to them in a way that's like, hey, I know that you're guilty. We're not going to admit that. We're not going to concede that. Right? We're going to talk about that. But it's like, we even if you're guilty or innocent, it's our job to get off. So let us possibly go off. You a guilty psychopath, sociopath, here's somebody that's self-centered, they can't resist. And defense attorneys feed off that shit on a daily. They're the anti-psychologist
of the crime.
We thought getting out is like the finish line. It's like where things end from that.
Let's go to, hold on. Boogeyman comment was disturbing. Yeah, it was disturbing because he thought he was going to go to prison. He never thought that. The thing is, Anthony, here, let me go back to Anthony's comment. When it comes to sadistic psycho killers, they always know they're going to get killed. Like Brian Koberger. Well, not killed, but they always know they're going to get captured. Look at Brian Koberger. That's why he went into criminology, because he wanted to be able to handle the courtroom, you know, when it came to that. When he got caught for one of his sadistic killings, he would know what to do. He would know how to approach it. And he did it brilliantly, right? He did it not like Ted Bundy, but he did it like BTK. I'm going to come out here in the courtroom and I'm going to say, yes, I did it. I'm not going to confess to you. They should have made him confess every little detail. But I think they didn't want him to. I think they figured that if he did confess to all the details, he's just bragging. So in a way, it's a good thing. It's good that they stopped him from being able to do that. It's that Brian Koberger just stood up and went, I respectfully decline because I'm a little bitch that I am. You know, it's good that he looked like the bitch that he is. You know, it's better served than him standing up there saying all this brutal shit to live in infamy. You know what I mean? Fuck all that. It's better that he looks like a bitch. Now, if you look at the BTK killer, this son of a bitch stood up in courtroom with a heart on and was giving all the brutal details of every crime that he ever committed. Bad actors. Yeah, I believe that. Absolutely. That's right, Cheeks. I agree with that. It's easier. Kind of like the Haros. Oh shit. Fishy's in the building. You know what? I forgot to do this. Let me do it now. Because they're not going anywhere. If anybody wants to call in, bam. There's a link. If you want to call in, there it is. Call in. You know, we can talk about any case. I've been working on the Delphi case all day. I'm going to go live Friday. I figured I better get a little bit tip opportunity to do that. You know, taking care of a little whippersnapper. So taking the, because typically on Fridays I do have a drink. That's my thing. Fridays are for nightcap. I think that's pretty healthy. It's definitely healthy compared to what I was doing as a youngster. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Nope. We got about 13 due in 13 days. But technically it could come any day now. The baby could come. Like, honestly, we're ready right now. Like, we're ready. We're prepared. Cindy says, "Burn after reading really did a fantastic job on his." Yes, I'm technically he has what is as a viral video, on his opinions on the West Memphis Three. He is a little opinionated about it, but whatever. I'm the same with the fights. It's I call it a case of elitism. We suffer from it from time to time. It comes from actually putting in work, you know what I mean? Putting work and effort, and then once you have that solid opinion, you're ready to present somebody else. She Callum, Callum. I'm gonna call him Cal. I already do call him Cal. Yeah, I can't wait to meet him. I'm so stoked. And I do apologize, but he's probably going to be like a YouTube baby. I can't wait to show him off. Sorry, don't know what to tell you about actors. What do you do, Fishy? Is that you, Anthony?
Yep, I'm here.
You're live, buddy. You are on the air. You're on the airwaves. What's going on with your hat? What is that?
Cubs hat.
Cubs?
Yeah.
Oh, Cubs. The Cubs. The Cubbies.
Yeah.
Is that what they're called, right? The Cubbies.
Yeah, I'm from Indy, so we don't have a baseball team here, so to kind of root for whoever's around,
What's on your mind, buddy? Oh, so then you vote for the Twins too, right? Minnesota?
No. Fuck no. Yeah, man, I just want I asked you the other night about this West Memphis case. I'm glad I got to talk to you about it.
Yeah, man. Like, I'm sorry, dude. I just can't get past this confession right here.
Yeah,
That
I
Jesse
get
Miss
it,
Kelly
man.
confession. It's crazy. The amount of detail that he was talking them in the water, and that they were going under the water, and then the boys showed up on their bikes and they called them over. Like, man, you could low IQ make that happen for you. You know,
Yeah,
he's
you
like
were
a fucking brilliant. Otherwise, he's a brilliant writer, and he's not low IQ.
Yeah, man.
Can't be both.
Yeah, he's just got a lot of misinformation in there, and that's what makes me think that, but he's got a lot of information that fits too. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's crazy. For me, he told me everything that happened. I could see it exactly for what it was. He even gave us hints about like the grooming that was going on and like how they lured the boys out there. The only thing that's confusing to people is because he doesn't know anything about time. He's like talking about noon, this and he's just like, if you're gonna call him IQ, you got to be like, yeah, well, you're telling the truth about this stuff, but you're just an idiot with the clock. You know what I mean?
That's the part I wanted to ask you about. It's like, what was where's the photos and where he lured them out there and all this? Where's all that at?
That's a good question.
I mean, how did they try to lure him out there?
Well, let me ask you this. If you were grooming somebody and then you killed them and then there was like a week of time, a week or two that went by, are you just going to hold on to all the evidence, or are you going to get up off your ass and start like hiding shit?
No, I'm not saying they was hiding shit. I'm just saying like,
No, I'm saying, but wouldn't they, if they did have a photo, don't you think they would have hidden it or gotten rid of it, burned it, you know what I mean?
oh yeah, I'm certain of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you think that night they found behind that lake or wherever, supposedly it was behind a trailer park.
What?
Do you think that was a knife that was involved?
The knife?
Yeah, didn't they find a knife behind his?
Well, the knife, they found the knife in the creek behind the pond of Jason's home. It's his knife. There is evidence that says it could be involved, and there could be multiple knives. Because if you listen to Jesse Miskelly's confession, he says it was a pocket knife. So there could have been multiple knives. You know what I mean? But honestly, I don't think that was the knife that was involved.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah, it potentially wasn't involved, but the markings, they do match. So it could be almost like he tried to use that knife and it wasn't working. So then he began beating see, everything has a rhyme and a reason. Everything for me is how is this killer getting from point A to point B? He tries to subdue these boys. And he tries to cut them. He should do something. And he uses this old knife and it's not working. Then he may begin beating the child with it, because most knives, they come with skull. Do you know what a skull crusher is?
Yeah.
It's kind of like used to break windows or to hit somebody that's attacking you on the bottom of the knife before you stab them. You kind of hit them with the bottom. It's like right at the bottom of the handle. It's a skull crusher. It's like, bop, you can just hit them with it. Like, hey, I'd rather do that before I stick you with this knife. Some knives come with that. Well, I feel like the same thing could have been done. The blade wasn't working, right? It's not sharp enough. It looks like a piece of shit knife. So therefore, I'm going to begin beating you with the bottom of the knife. And there's evidence to match that at the crime scene.
Yeah. I mean, if you say so, man, I mean.
No, it's not what I say so. I mean, you tell me what you think. I mean, I've been following this case too. It's not like I'm new to it. And I know you've been covering it for a while and looking into it. But I mean, this is something that I covered in college when I was in my 20s.
Yeah, me too, man. This is one of the first cases that got me into this shit.
Absolutely. This is the case. There were cases when I was younger and certain things, like movies, books, like the whole Hannibal series, Silence of the Lambs. That stuff was really influential on me too. Those books were.
I was locked into that Scott Peterson case.
Yeah, that too. Kaylee Anthony.
Casey Anthony, yeah.
Yeah.
Me too, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those were the cases that drove me crazy. Scott Peterson and Kaylee. And the fact that they found Kaylee right around the corner, I just knew it.
Yeah.
It's nothing different than the Emmanuel case. Nothing different. Same.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that she got away with that blows my mind. Drives me nuts.
Yeah, that was unreal.
Fucking crazy.
Unreal. Look, man, I'm just saying, if these guys did it, I hope it's sad to me if they did do it and they got out, man, that's a travesty. But I'm just saying, man, like, I just got so many questions. And it's like the Delphi case. I get it. I see the other side of it, with the police work and all that. I'm not going to bring Delphi into this, but.
No, we can talk about Delphi. This is an open forum. Like, we're not talking about anything specific. We can even pivot from the West Memphis 3 to something fucking random.
I get pissed off though when I see people say stuff that's not even it's not even the truth about Delphi, and like they get all these people believing all this stuff, and I'll try not to be that guy in this West Memphis 3 case, but it's like I'm on the other end of it now, like all the other people on Delphi are. So it's like I can kind of relate to like
Yeah, but you have to
that.
ask yourself why. Don't focus on the feeling of it. You got to focus on the reasons, like why. What's causing you to believe those things? Like when it comes to Richard Allen, I know why. It's the timeline, but it's the bullet first, right? The bullet and the
Man,
timeline,
I'm just gonna tell you.
and no
I'm gonna tell
alibi.
you one. I'm gonna tell you one thing, Sleuth, that I saw that made me think that that Jason didn't have anything to do with it. And I know it's crazy. People are gonna say, "Oh, it's just HBO and blah blah blah."
Sure.
Dude, when he was in front of his lawyer, and his lawyer asked him, he was like, because they were put on trial together. He said, he asked him, he said, "Do you think that they make that he's guilty?" And he said, "They sure made him look like he was, but he knew he wasn't." That's a kid saying to himself, "Man, they really made it look like he did it."
Or he's hoping that they would make it look like he didn't do it. So
I don't know, man.
think about
Sleuth.
it. His
I'm
only
trying
fear
to
is
put
that they're
myself.
gonna think about it though. Hold on a second. You're sitting in jail and you're getting ready to go to you're getting ready to go through trial. Your only hope is that whatever comes out to the public makes you look like you didn't do it, right? So if your attorney asks you, "Well, what do you think about what happened?" He's going to say, "Well, I was hoping that it made it look like we didn't do it, but it sure as hell made it look like he did do it."
I mean, I get that, Sleuth. You can look at it through that perspective as well. But man, when I watched that kid, he was a kid, man. He just sat there for a second. And he thought about
Who's
it.
a kid? Who's a kid?
Yeah, Jason.
Well, these kids,
He was a
I mean,
kid.
they're kid. Were you a kid at 17?
I consider myself a kid because that age you're just making bad decisions and doing stupid
Well,
shit.
me personally, I already had my own apartment. Like I had my own apartment when I was 17, all
Oh,
the way
dude, I've been
through high
working since
school.
I was 14 years old. Did paper
That's what I'm
routes.
saying.
I mean, I
Like
did all that, dude.
I didn't even live at home in my senior year at high school. I had my own apartment.
I moved out after I graduated from high school, so I'm kind of in the same boat.
That's
As
what
soon
I'm
as I
saying. Like,
graduated, I want to get out, do my
so
own
at
thing.
16, 17, 18, like, are you really a kid? I wasn't at that, especially around that time. No. And
Well,
Damien, kid, he actually was 8.
yeah. Well, I think we grew up in different environments than these kids did. I mean, from the sounds of it.
No, I think it was very similar. Very similar.
I
Hardworking
disagree
father
with
in the
that.
house, cracking the whip. I think that's exactly what they went through. Especially Jesse.
Oh, I think they all had decent families. But I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
I
Well,
don't
the
think.
thing is, the poorer you get, the harder you work. Yeah.
Not always.
Yeah. Everybody that I know that was poor, they were hard workers, including myself at one time. Remember when I was poor? That's when I worked hardest.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you on that. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people do, but I think sometimes kids fall into situations and their backgrounds.
Low
And,
education too. If you have let's say you didn't graduate, let's say you didn't even pass like junior high or whatever, middle school. It's going to be harder for you, I think. And I think these kids didn't really graduate that. You know what I mean?
so, Sleuth, do you think these 3 kids tied these kids up and just?
In my heart, I know it.
You think they threw them in the water?
No, I don't.
You
I
think
know
that?
factually, but I believe it. Yeah, I believe I have it again since.
So, so before they were assaulted, they were tied up, correct?
No, they were assaulted first. They were beat up with sticks. They were called over. right? Hey, kids, come over here. Laid their bikes down. They walked over to where the boys had been um, giving each other fellatio just before this, right? Just before they killed these kids, they were playing with each other's penises, according to Jason, right? So they've been grooming these boys. So you need to get the whole picture, right? The whole image of this depravity of what these boys are really like. They're partaking in cult activity, killing dogs. It's basically a gang. The only way you can be initiated into the gang is if you take a bite out of the dog, right? Well, for the cult leader, he needs something more, right? Damien, he needs more. So he's grooming these boys. He's probably sexually assaulting these boys. And in order to keep them from talking, he's now going to include them in some type of a sacrifice, some more depravity. And Jason is more than willing to. And because Jesse Miss Kelly has been part of the whole cult activity, and the orgies and doing all that shit, trust him.
Yeah, see, I knew they weren't assaulted before they got tied up. Someone was trying to say that in your chat. So I just wanted you to confirm that.
Yeah, they were beaten down. And you got to think about it. Everything from to get from point to point B. So they're trying to sexually assault these boys and they're trying to torture. How does it do? These boys aren't going to allow. So the MO is bashing them across, making them unconscious, and then tying them up. And then once that doesn't work, what do? They up, right? Remember that's the same and he it's probably at that point tied up the feet and hogtied these boys. These killers are trying to get from point A to point B. This is how they're doing it. This is their mode of operation. It's clear, man, to me, 100%.
Yeah, I just find it hard to believe, man, if those three kids pulled all this off. But
pulled all what off? I mean, what is it? It's not really a lot. 3 little kids were sexually assaulted and hogtied. I mean, you don't think 18-year-olds, 16-year-olds could do that? I was running around beating up grown men.
What I'm saying is, like, why hog tie them? Why are you going through all that?
So that they could rape them. This was all about sexual assault. They wanted to sexually assault these boys. They raped them in the mouth and then they raped them in the backside. That's why they're hogtied. You can't do that when these boys are kicking and screaming. And they did it at the same time. You had Jason sticking his you-know-what in the mouth of his victim. Then you had Damien from the backside.
A little kid's not going to bite. A little kid's not going to bite. Man, I'm going to bite you, dude.
Yes, they will. You got people that are defiling these young children and people standing up for them. It's crazy.
Sloot, if somebody's
what they did to these boys.
If you're tied up and you're a little kid, what's your going to
be? You don't have a choice.
Reaction?
I don't care if you're a little. If I tie you your hands behind your back, your hands, and I decide to stick my penis in your mouth, you don't have a choice about that. And if you bite on it, guess what? Guess what's going to happen to you?
I mean, I get what
these
you're
little
saying,
boys.
Man.
These little boys didn't have a choice. These are grown men. You can call them 17, 16, 18, whatever you want, but these are grown men raping little boys.
I don't know, man. You could be right. I'm not saying you're not. I love the conversation.
You're thinking about it. I know you are.
Oh, I am. I think about it all the time. I mean, that's true crime, dude. It's like it's in my blood. I can't help it. I hate it.
That's what we need.
Sometimes.
We're more involved in predators are preying on the people who are ignorant. So the more we can educate people on what to look for on a daily basis and realize that the statistics aren't being shared with people on a daily basis, right? We're not aware of how many kidnappings are going on in our city, how many murders, how many serial killers are running around. Like people aren't being aware of that. So you go out on your daily, hey, I'm going to the zoo, right? I'm going to the zoo with my family. Like that's something incredible. We're going to go have a great time, right? Well, when you get on your way there, you're murdered. You know what I mean? By somebody. You just happen to cross paths with some type of sadistic serial killer and you become a target. So how do we avoid that? I just don't understand it. I'm perplexed, honestly.
I just don't understand, like, why they threw him in the creek. It's like, if you're out there, because it's kind of like Delphi. It's not, this wooded area wasn't very big.
Well, let me tell you a story about it's a mean teen story. These two girls, 13, one 12-year-old, they tried to kill their friend. They stabbed her so many times, right? She should be dead. How did she possibly live, right? Slender Man. You guys all know the Slender Man story. Slender Man. Two 13-year-old girls tried to kill their 12-year-old friend, and it didn't work. She was a fucking survivor. She survived. You know what I mean? So if you're attempting to kill these young boys, why not on your way out just throw them in the water? They can't survive after that being hogtied, right? No matter what. I'll just drop them in the water. If they survive, you know what they're going to do? It's not sophisticated because if they survive, guess what their finger's going to do?
I'm talking about the tying up, man. It just seems so like planned out.
Well, think about trial and error. Okay. Think about what they're trying to do, though. What they're trying to do is they're trying to rape small boys. How do you do that when the small boy is kicking and screaming? So you have to try to get into the mind of the killer. The killer is trying to sexually assault young boys. He cannot do that when they're kicking. How do you stop them from kicking and screaming? Now you have total control. You can do whatever you want. That's what the police do.
What was the motive though to
sexual deviation and Satanism? To defile these boys is Thelema that you through Alistair. It's magic. It's sex magic.
Yeah, he lied about that Alice Crowley shit on the stand. He did do that. I'll agree with you.
Hang tight real quick. I'm gonna go to the restroom. I gotta take a piss, dude.
Yeah, man, my cat's acting up.
Help these guys out in the chat. Can you see the chat? Help them out in the chat. I'll be right back.
I will. I can't see what's going on in the chat, but yeah, I'm sure everybody has mixed emotions about this case, man. Like I said, I watched all those 3 episodes like years ago, and it got me really intrigued in this case, and kind of got me on true crime. And then Casey Anthony and Jody Arias, O.J. Simpson, John Bonet. Yeah. And it got me hooked, man. But I'll tell you something, this West Memphis 3 case, those 3 boys did not do that. I'm just not buying that. Nope. I watched that Jason And I'm not gonna say I'm a mind reader or whatever, but I saw his face, man. He was like puzzled. And his attorney asked him, he said, "Did you think he did it?" And he said, "Man, they sure made it look like he did." Because he knew he didn't. He knew they made it look like he did it when he really did not do it. That's all I needed to see. I mean, I've looked over all this evidence too. Don't get me wrong. Jesse Kelly, no. That kid, he couldn't even tell you the time of day, where he was at. I mean, if you're going to base them being guilty on that, to me, that's kind of crazy. Sorry, Sloot. Kind of went off there a little bit. But yeah, I don't think he did it, man.
Hey, this ain't your channel.
I
You just
know.
gonna take over my channel or what? Damn, gone for
I got
1 minute.
caught up in a second.
Jesus. All right, hold on. Let's go to the chat real quick. I threw them in the water to hide them. I think it was more about murder.
So everybody in your chat think they're guilty?
No, there's some people that don't.
Let's do a poll on that.
Hey, there was a time when I didn't think that they were guilty.
I know. Let's do a poll on that, though. The people are in the chat right now.
All right.
Can you do that, Sleuth?
Yeah, I'll do it right now. It's a good idea, actually. I guess I will.
Sorry, man. I went on a little rant while you went to the bathroom.
Oh, what I miss?
Nah, I just told them I didn't think they were guilty while you were gone. So you couldn't argue with me. I'm just kidding, but I did.
Yeah, I can't argue
You
for
know
sport.
I love this channel, man. I always say good things.
They very well could have been hogtied themselves. What does that mean? I don't understand what that means. What's up, Mark? This is Anthony France. He's from Indiana.
Yeah, I'm
correct.
Not too far from Delphi.
Cindy says, Anthony, I adore you. Watch Burn after reading 4-part series. You may still find your opinion is valid. I've watched both sides and made my choice. It's okay. You think it. We just disagree.
Yeah, I like Cindy. She's not as, man, I ain't trying to like argue with nobody or like, hey, I'm right, you know? I know people get so offended, like if you disagree with them, they'll kick you out of the chat. Or,
well, what I'm looking for is like the why, because I'm always open to changing my mind. So if I ask you, like, hey, why do you think that? And then you come back with this compelling argument, you might fucking convince me. Because if you ignore facts that can change the trajectory of your thought process, that's just confirmation bias, really. And it's okay to be biased, right?
My thought process is just being in the mind of like a kid that age. I'm like, I know you say they're grown men or whatever, but I'm like,
yeah,
man,
they're not kids. They're not kids. So you got to stop calling them kids.
Okay, I will.
You know, these are
so
grown.
Exactly how old was Jason when he got arrested?
We're talking about somebody that's been working, somebody that's been poor their whole life, somebody that's struggling.
I know Damien was like over 18 or 19 or whatever.
He had just turned 18.
Okay, how old was Jason?
I think he was 17. I think Jesse and Jason were 17.
Jason was 17.
Yeah,
you might be right.
16 or 17, maybe.
Okay. Yeah. I get it, man, what you're saying, man. But that Jason kid, man, he just seemed like when I watched him with his lawyers, he was like, man, they sure seemed like he did do it. And when he knew they didn't. Because he was
Well,
like,
what do you
man.
mean? Well, what do you mean when you say they knew he didn't? Like, why do you keep adding
Because he
that
was
part on there?
his lawyers were asking him after the defense arrest. And they was like, what do you think? Do you think, they're going to convict Damien? Do you think, they made it look like he did it? And he was like, man, they sure did. But it wasn't like a reaction from a kid to me. Because if that was my buddy, I'll be like, nah, man, he didn't do it. He didn't say that. He said it in a
So
way
you're saying
like
that you're saying that it makes him look guilty.
that's what he was trying to say.
But isn't
But he
like his
knew that
reaction? Doesn't his
that he
reaction though
didn't
make him
do
seem
it.
guilty? But doesn't his reaction make him seem
No,
guilty?
I didn't think that for a minute. No, I didn't think that for a minute. I thought he was saying it as a point of view, like, man, that damn lawyers made him look like he did it, but I know he didn't. So he might go to jail. That's how I took it.
But he never said but he didn't do it.
No, he never did. Never said that.
He just said they made him look guilty. So that's what he's worried about. They make him look guilty. That's gonna make me look guilty.
Yeah, but he sat there and he thought about it for like 15 seconds.
And he wasn't sounding like a 16-year-old kid, right?
Man, he did to me. I mean, I was just trying to put myself in his shoes. Like, I really put myself.
Video. I think I have what you're talking about. I think I have the video that you're referring to.
Yeah, I try to put myself in his shoes. Like, if I was in that predicament and I knew I wasn't involved, and this kid's getting ready to get convicted, and I'm going to get convicted too because they're trying us together. Oh, man, I'm fucked. You know what I'm saying?
A lie. It's not true. No. I don't see why he would do something like that to another person. I can see where they might think I was in a cult because I wear Metallica t-shirts and stuff.
Right? You believe that shit? I can see why they think I'm in a cult because I wear Metallica t-shirts and all. Like, see, this is there's two kind of people. There's people who have discernment and they can just sense when people are lying. And then there's people who are susceptible to the manipulation of psychopaths. And that's what this guy is. He's preying on that right there. He's preying on people to believe him.
I couldn't kill an animal or a person. I don't worship the devil or anything like that. I worship God, like every normal person is.
Every normal person.
I got
of course you do.
Favorite pet, a pet iguana. I've had him for a little over a year now.
Oh, see, it's just so innocent.
See, you look at. Why didn't you play the part where he said Damon was?
Well, I'll get copyright hit with that shit.
Oh, okay. We played that part, but we didn't play the part where he said, I don't think he did it. Or not, he didn't think he did it, but they made it look like he was guilty, but he knew he didn't.
No, you keep adding that part.
No, I did. I added that part. He didn't do it, but he did say the part, man, that made it look like he did do it. That's what he said.
Mm-hmm. And that's his worst fear, right? That they're going to make it look like he did it too.
Oh, man, I don't think that. Sleuthy's a kid, man.
He's not a
kid. And you're saying he's not.
He's not
I'm
a kid.
sorry, he's not.
You're talking about like a kid that goes out and says, Mom, I'm jumping on my bike. I'm going to go hang out with my friends. I'll be back before the lights come on.
No,
that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about people who are participating in orgies and eating dogs after a cult sacrifice. We're not talking about little kids. We're talking about straight up
killers.
For
that?
Jesse Miss Kelly.
Oh,
you don't believe that? You don't believe
like
that?
All this other stuff. Yeah. If we're gonna think all this stuff's on Jesse. Jesus.
So are you
The
going to
kid
throw out the
was,
baby with the bathwater?
man, sleuth. Come on.
Can't throw
Jesse
out the baby with the
Miskelly.
bathwater.
Jesse Miskelly was all over the place with everything.
With everything?
Guy
Not
couldn't even,
everything. You can't say with
he
everything.
couldn't even get a damn. He
The
couldn't
only
even
thing
tell
that
you
the
when he
only
went to
thing that
work.
he struggled with was the time, and that's it. Just the
How the hell
time.
you not know what time you go to work and what time you get off?
Man, you can't I'm telling you, man, you can't underestimate
Answer
these
me
people.
that.
It
You
happens,
don't know
bro.
what time you gotta go to work and what
Yeah,
time
man.
you get off?
There's some people that aren't trying to graduate high school, man. They just know that they're not going to.
Exactly. And that's
So you
kind of
don't
like
it don't
Jason.
matter. You don't care what time it is. All you know is that it's in the morning. At noon, he probably thinks noon is like the middle of the day. And then when it's dark out, it's night. You know what I mean? So
Let
he
me
knows the
ask you this,
morning, he
Luke.
knows the day, and he knows night. He doesn't know
Let
time.
me,
He didn't even have a
okay.
watch.
Let me ask you this. Because I've had this question in my mind too. What if Damien did it and Jason wasn't even there?
No, they were there, man.
You think so?
Yeah. Yep. There's no
What proves
reason.
that?
There's no reason for Jesse to make this up. Why would he make these things up? Why would he make up this weird story? First of all, you cannot call him low IQ and then at the same time tell me that he made up all these intricate details. The two things cannot coexist. He cannot be low IQ, then at the same time making up this elaborate story. Those two things cannot coexist.
And I know, I thought that too. I'm like, how the hell's this guy got a little bit of information? It seems like he does.
Yep, he talked about a
But
photograph. They
he's
said, "Oh, he's
been
got
so off.
photographs of the boy." They said, "What? He's got photographs of the boys?" He said, "No, he had one photograph, and it was a group photo." That is fucking details. You know what I mean? And if that part's true, I believe that part. And if they have a photograph of these young boys, that means that they were grooming them, and it fits
How the hell
perfectly
they
with
get
what
him there?
happened.
How the hell they get him there, Sleuth?
They
How you
didn't.
get those three boys
They
there?
came on their
If they're
own. That's what
grooming
I'm saying. That's how luring works, right? You lure
No,
them.
this was before Snapchat and
No. You
phones and
don't have
all this
to
bullshit.
lure online. You can lure in person. Like, hey, tomorrow we're gonna be over there in Robin Hood Hills, across the pipe.
Why the
Come,
hell would three
come.
little kids want to go meet three 17-year-old
Well,
boys?
that's what the luring is about. That's what it is. It's about preying on people. It's about
So how did
preying
they
on the
do it?
things that they want. You have to ask
So how
them.
did they do it?
What do you mean? Come on, man. You don't think luring and this type of stuff happens constantly?
No, I'm
How
just
does it
saying,
happen
like,
in those cases?
I'm asking you what's your opinion? Like, how did they get him there?
I
If
think
they
they were
lured
molesting
them
these
there,
boys. I think they were molesting these boys, and they gave them a promise of something. They promised them something, and they
I mean,
knew that they were going to kill him.
the
They
one
knew they
kid
were going to
just
kill
got
him.
his ass beat by his dad, wasn't supposed to leave, and he ended up skating out. And so it makes sense, you know. Maybe they had a purpose to go somewhere. I'm not doubting you. I'm just asking.
Yeah, these boys probably had been being molested by Damien and Jason. I don't think that Jesse knew about all that. I think that the only reason he participated in it is because they trusted him, because of the cult affiliation. The fact that he had participated, I think they trusted him. They said, "Hey, if you would participate in all this sick shit, orgies and eating animals and killing dogs, like we can trust you." But the thing is, he hadn't crossed that line yet. You know what I mean? He hadn't crossed his line. They thought he had.
Yeah, I can agree with you on that, but I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm just torn between. I'm just trying to put myself in that situation. It's like, How in the hell?
Yeah, don't put
With
yourself in that situation.
3
You got to
kids.
you have to try to put yourself into the position of somebody who, first off, you're 18 years old, you're studying Aleister Crowley. What is he all about? He's all about Thelema and sex magic and doing all this wicked shit, defiling yourself and Godsmack, right? So that's what he's doing. He's manipulating everybody else to join him.
Sorry, man. My cat's acting up. I was trying to deal with her.
Here, I'll read this. Hold on. Let's see. What is Thelema? Thelema is a philosophical and religious system founded in 1904 by English occultist Aleister Crowley. And this is what those boys studied. Centered on the principle, do what thou wilt, right? Don't obey God. Don't obey anything. Do what you feel like doing. As a path to realizing one's true will or life's purpose. It integrates practices such as magic, with a K, magic, MAGICK, yoga, astrology, an ultimate goal of mystical union with the universal consciousness through the great work. Its core text is the Book of the Law. This is just all Aleister Crowleyism. Thelema, it's all about sex magic and defiling. Aleister Crowley was known for having every possible sexually transmitted disease and defiling himself in every possible way. And that's what these boys were doing. That's what they were doing out there. This isn't like some satanic panic shit. This is on another level. Like when people think of satanic panic, they think of like Anton LaVey. But the truth is, sex magic is what Hollywood is up to when it comes to adrenochrome and all this, sex trafficking and sacrifice. That's what they're up to. They're up to what Damien was trying to do. He was like a fledgling witch or whatever. But out in Hollywood, people like Holly Weird, right? All these folks, they've been doing this for a long time. Killing people behind the scenes, adrenochrome. I know we hear little tidbits about that. Yeah, but stuff like that, it's real. It's real.
So you think Damien was like this master manipulator, had Jason and Jesse under his wings and could pretty much get him to do whatever he wanted him to?
No, I think that they were already bad. But I think that they were attracted to him for his charisma, kind of like the old Manson type thing.
He was a leader. He was like a leader. That's what I'm saying. And they looked up to him.
Yeah, if you're a psychopathic, sadistic killer, you're looking for a way to vent. I think that Damien helped them do that with the cult, killing animals, and then eventually killing these boys. That was their outlet.
I'm not saying I agree with you. I'm just saying I'm just trying to get in touch with what you're saying. You know what I mean? Just to make that clear. Because I don't believe. You're not going to make me believe, Sleuth. I'm sorry, man.
Well, it's because you don't want to. You don't want to hear it.
No, it's not that I don't want to. I do want to. I really do. I want to see.
Well, I've been giving you all these reasons why I think that they are.
Pulled this off.
But the only thing that you're offering, Anthony, is that you don't see how these kids pulled it off.
Yeah,
I can see it clearly. What do you mean? What part of it is so intricate that you can't see these 16, 17, 18-year-old boys pulling off, especially if
the reason why I say that is because the neighborhood that I grew in, we had this wooded area at the back of the complex.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a lot of nasty shit that went on back there.
Yep.
And I'm gonna tell you, man. I'm telling you, I don't see 3 kids. No, I'm not gonna say kids. 3 teenagers
And one adult.
Turn this shit off, man. I just don't.
Actually, it was 2 teenagers and 1 adult.
Okay. I just don't see how you could like be back there and do what you did and not be afraid of getting caught. It's not a big area. So when we used to go back in the woods, we would see hobos and like sometimes, I mean, it wasn't very often, but every now and then.
Yeah, but this isn't the same place that you're familiar with.
No, it's not. I'm just telling you, like when I was in my teens, we would go back there, ride 4-wheelers.
Well, let me tell you a story about when I was in my teens. Well, not even in my teens. I was like 10 years old, right? We used to have all the same neighborhood kids running around, right? We go play football at the church or whatever, the local church or in the field or whatever. Well, one time we went up near the church and there was a like a canal, and it was a very secluded area. And for whatever reason, there was a group of kids that decided to tie up this one other kid by his hands. They tied his hands up and they left him hanging by a tree. They just left him there. They beat him up and they hung him by a tree and they just left him hanging there. And we didn't really know why. You know what I mean? We didn't really understand what it was all about. But of course we told somebody, and then the authorities came and they got this guy down, and he was our friend. And the people that hung him up were our friends. We never understood what the fuck happened. He didn't understand, and those guys didn't explain it. So that's the point of all that. You know what I mean? Like, there is no explanation.
What
what's
I'm
up, Fishy?
saying is,
Hi.
oh, we got somebody else on.
Yep, this is Fishy. Don't Hate Create is her channel. Welcome.
Oh,
Hi, how are
that's
you
like I
guys?
went through the other night. I think I made her mad. Sorry.
Nah, I probably don't get mad too easy.
Yeah, she doesn't get mad. She gets
but not
even,
mad.
I think.
It's
She said
all
you get even, not mad.
It's all
No,
in good.
I don't.
It's all good, though. I don't ever mean to make no one mad or don't like me or whatever. I just
Yeah, you're pretty chill, Anthony. Honestly, you know how to debate more than most. I'll give you that.
Yeah, it's no fun to
Yeah.
just have people that agree with you all the time.
Yeah, that's boring.
Exactly.
Plus, most people don't
Sometimes if
agree
you
with
get
me
on the
anyway.
wrong channel and you disagree with somebody, boy, they'll come at you.
Yeah, I already blocked you. I blocked you for disagreeing.
I was blocked for a long time on this channel, actually.
Yeah, but I didn't know who you were.
I know, that was my secret account, so I could be spicy in the chat.
So you should get blocked.
And then it would, like, once it was to that point, like, I literally couldn't tell anyone because I was afraid you were gonna find out and they'd be like mad.
Yeah,
or
do you remember
upset.
you won a hat? Do you remember you won the hat and all that?
Yeah.
I still
totally
didn't
do.
know who the fuck you were.
Oh, I know, that's funny.
That's cute. All
But,
right, I'm gonna be
okay,
right
so
back.
I-
Hold on. All right, wait. Are you gonna say what you got to say? But I gotta go. I'll be right back.
Okay. So I agree about like the teenagers being kids and also about them being adults, because like if they were like females and it was like an adult person that was going after 16, 17-year-old kids, you would definitely call them kids, right? And the age to vote and buy cigarettes and everything and is 18, and these things are for a reason because their brains aren't quite developed all the way, which I think makes them way more susceptible to like get roped into a story like or like a cult like thing, because I mean, like my daughter, she's younger than that and she just imagines everything. So they're still kind of like at that age where you can easily influence them. That's my opinion on that. So they could be like adults in some ways, like as in they're definitely old enough to plan that out and go about it, But like, were they in like Boy Scouts or anything like that?
I thought one of their dads was like some kind of Boy Scout leader or something. I could be wrong.
I mean, well, that would explain how they would know how to like hog tie and stuff.
Cindy, sorry, I had to light my spliff with the toaster. My lighter wasn't working.
No,
Hopefully you didn't get the beard and mustache, huh?
What I miss?
I'm sorry, I
was
didn't
saying
mean to
that-
say that. I think
that
it
they
was
could
one of the kids. One of the kids' dads was involved in Boy Scouts or something. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I was just wondering how well they knew how to hog tie, you know?
Yeah, that's my whole thing. It was like it
I
was
mean,
so
who doesn't? That's what I'm saying. It's
articulated.
like you got to
Who
think
doesn't?
about these killers, right? As they're doing what they're doing. So they get out there and they tie the hands, right? They beat them up. They're unconscious. They think if I tie the hands, we're
So
good. We can do what we want. Hold on. We can do what we want, right? We've beat them
Right.
almost half to death and we've got them their hands tied. Now we want to sexually assault them. Let's go ahead and do that. Well, they try to do that, but the boys start kicking. They're not dead. They're not unconscious anymore. They begin kicking and flailing.
Oh,
Just
that's
like
so
Jesse
sad.
explained. So now what are we going to do? Let's pull their legs back and connect. Let's tie their legs to what we've tied to their hands. So they're learning as they're going along the way, you know, as they're encountering problems, they're coming up with solutions for those problems, which explain the crime scene.
I mean, but that is kind of like a more advanced thought process. So like I think that some kids
What's
definitely
advanced about it? I need you to stop flailing your legs so that I can sexually assault you. I'll tie your legs up. How do I tie your legs up? I'll
just one
hog tie
like
you.
being like steady and like being able to like tie them and like because where were they at? Were there like many people?
Well, think
around,
about
or-
it. You think it's hard for an 18-year-old to just grab a young kid and just manhandle them?
I think
Like, that's not
kind of
hard.
depends on the kid and the
No,
other.
not at all. We're talking like man strength, 18, 16
Yeah,
year
I
old
guess.
versus
Kids
you know,
are
young.
freaking wild though, man.
No, not. We're talking about basically babies, you know, the kids that aren't even in puberty yet. They're babies. They haven't even hit puberty yet. They have no clue what violence is. They've never experienced violence, and then all of a sudden they're faced with the devil. You're expecting like certain things to happen. That's just not realistic.
I was just talking to my daughter tonight because she was talking about like standing up to bullies. And last year there was an older boy and he was like being mean to her friend, and she like stood up for her friend, and she said that like she thought that that kid was gonna like punch her in the face, like he got like up in her face. And so I was talking to her about like you definitely wouldn't want to do that if you were like waiting for the bus and there's no adults there, you know, because like some like that boy could have totally like you know some
And young
you
kids
don't
are very
realize.
violent and mean. They're mean,
Well,
you know,
some
at that
kids are
age.
raised
Let me
in
ask
very
you this, Blue.
messed up situations.
Especially girls. I remember them being
Blue.
extra mean. Yeah.
Well, both can be mean.
Mostly girls though at that age are really
Do
mean.
you think so? All three boys were hogtied, right?
Yeah.
Is that
There's
correct?
3 kids and 2 teenagers. Is that correct? Or no?
3 victims, 2 teens, and
No,
then
I'm saying,
2
You guys are robots. Thank you very much.
I'm a robot talking like a
robot, though.
I love that shit. Go ahead, Anthony.
so you think that all three boys were involved?
Yep.
With the tying
Absolutely.
up and.
Yep. I even think Jesse Miskelly, I think he was more involved in the sexual assault stuff and the hands-on. I think that's just something typical that you expect from people like that. When they're confessing, they're going to leave out.
You think he minimized You think he minimizes involvement?
Yeah, minimizes involvement. Absolutely. But I think he was there the whole time. I think he was there. I think he was part of the planning. I think he was all about the cult. I think he was all about it. But in that confession room, as a pure psychopathic, low IQ guy, that's what we got.
Was there 3 different ligatures on the tying up of each body? Is that correct?
That I don't remember.
I
just
mean,
know
it's
all
very
3 were
important
hog tied.
though. It's very important for interviewers to understand how to interview without like giving information, especially with like kids and stuff, or
You're
just like
talking about holding hands. Yeah, I don't like that. There wasn't a lot of that in his interview, but towards the end, yeah, there was. When it came to the stick, right? Is that what you're talking about? He's like, "Oh, was there a stick involved?" Or blah blah blah. Like, what kind of stick was it? Yeah, that's not
that's
helpful.
not good.
Yeah, you can't do that.
There's a
I
type of
agree.
interviewing, I forget what it's called, but they use it in like different countries, and it's basically like they go in and they kind of just like let them talk, and then like basically they just want them to say as much stuff as they can, and then they go back in and they interview them again to see if there's like any inconsistencies and stuff like that. Whereas the way that a lot of police here interview, they are actively trying to get confessions when they don't, like it's a dangerous way to go about it.
Well, the thing is that a lot of crimes are solved without going to court, though, right? And that's how they do it. They get them to confess, then they get all the details, and then they have the killer cooperating. So that's what
I
they're
think
really
they
trying
would
to do.
confess either way, though. Honestly,
But that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to avoid the whole trial process, right? What would be the best case scenario? Would be to just completely bypass a trial, right? Fuck the prosecutor, fuck all that. I'll just have this guy right here
I think the very best thing would be to have like the truth, the full story come out, is in my opinion.
Yeah, what you want is the confession, and then you want to be able to prove the confession. That's it. That's what you want. That's the best case scenario. And that's what was tough with Delphi. There was no real confession. Like he said, the van, yeah, I believe the van was true, but there wasn't a real confession. There wasn't like, hey, I was upset with my mother. I was molested as a boy, and my wife was pissing me off. There
Because I
wasn't
think
any
they
of
went
that.
in there. They went in there with like the bad cop, good cop type of a deal. When really you just want to kind of like,
No, they went
you
in there
know,
with the bullet. How do we make the bullet stick? Like we got him.
right? But like, I think that he probably would have talked. Like a lot of people,
I think if
like
Mullen would have worked with him a
especially if
little
you're
bit
just
more, he would have talked.
if you're just quiet, people will fill the empty space, because it's awkward.
Well,
So then they'll just start talking.
No, the truth is that you can ask my wife this. I love awkward silence. I thrive in it.
Well,
Like
you're a good interviewer, Slims. You're like,
it
that's one
doesn't
thing
affect me
you
at
do a
all.
good
Like
job.
well, it's because I used to be a salesman, and then I used to also I used to track people down. So when I talk to people, there's always this awkward silence, right? Even with sales. I don't know if you ever worked in sales, but there's an awkward silence, and what you do is you have to win the awkward silence. So like here, let me give you an example. See, I win.
Every time I'm always awkward. So
Yeah,
is it
and
awkward
people
if I'm
can't.
always awkward?
Like when you're standing with a stranger and they can't help but say, "Hey, how about the weather?" You're like, "Shut the fuck up, bitch." You know what I mean? It's like
it's fucking hot. I live in Arizona. It's fucking hot all the time, honestly.
yes,
I
like
don't live
fuck
in
the weather.
Arizona, but
Like I hate small talk. Like if you hit me with small talk before you even finish your sentence, I tell you to shut the fuck up.
I just get super real with it. Like people will be like, "How's your day?" And I'm like, "Actually, it's really bad." Blah blah. And they're like,
Yeah, if you want to go that way. No, honestly, I'm that way too. Like for instance, one time I think I was we're in Vegas, and it was for my cousin's wedding, and I was wearing like a white shirt and a tie, so I looked like an employee. So somebody was like, "Hey," they ran up to me and they're like, "Hey, where's the ATM?" They like demanded it from me, right? Like, "Hey, where's the ATM?" I was like, "Oh, it's right out this door. Go around the corner, and then it should be somewhere out there. You walk up, a little ways out, and you'll see it." And they were like, "Okay," and then I just have them like walking out to the parking lot or whatever.
That's funny.
Yeah. So, and one time I went into Target, I think, Yeah, I think it was Target. I just happened to be working in my office at the time, wearing like a red shirt
Yeah.
and black slacks and a blue
Yeah,
tie.
yeah.
So I walked into Target to buy something, and I just looked like a fucking manager, right? So somebody asked me like, "Hey, I'm looking for these lawn chairs." I was like, "Oh, they're in the back warehouse." So what you're gonna do is you're gonna walk in the warehouse.
Oh
They're
my
gonna
god.
argue, and I told her, I go, "They're gonna argue with you. They're gonna tell you that you shouldn't be back here. They're gonna argue with you. They're gonna tell you shouldn't be back here. But the truth is, they're hiding the lawn chair."
Oh my word.
So she goes back there,
She's
busts
like, I
back
knew
there.
you were gonna do this.
Yeah, and she was arguing and fighting with the warehouse workers, and I just walked out. I was like, "See, I like to. I'm just."
That's funny.
Oh, I think we have somebody else. I think this is Cheeks. Cheeks, what up?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Cheeky.
What are you up to?
Look
What's
at
on your
little
mind?
doggy.
Just listening in. Tired. I hope
Tired.
everybody's week went good. No, just wanted to like go over a couple of the things that we were talking about in the West Memphis 3 case. If you guys still want to
Okay.
talk about it.
Sure,
Yeah.
And
Well,
whatever. We're open.
The like the hog tie thing. Okay, so I don't know why it irks me so much when people talk about them being hog tied. They weren't hog tied. They were tied right arm to right leg, left arm to left leg. So they were tied basically like their wrists to their ankles. So it's a little different than them being like hog tied, because hog tied is basically when they're face down and their wrists
So they
are
were
tied
all tied
behind
that
them.
way? They were all tied that way?
They were all tied that way.
Yeah.
They were also
okay.
all
Yeah,
tied with
technically that's
shoelaces.
not a hog tie.
No, it's not. And they
Good
were
point.
all tied with shoelaces. One of
No
them,
rope.
I think it was Michael, was tied with a shoelace that didn't match any of their shoes.
So it came from the killer shoes.
Right. It was a long black shoelace, one that would possibly be in like a boot, like a lace
And
up.
where you, and if you're trying to sexually assault little kids that are kicking around, where are you going to find rope and string right there on the spot?
Right. Yeah,
Right
I
from
mean
your
it's
shoe.
just gonna be shoes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because you didn't
Yeah.
bring it, right?
A belt, something like that. Like that's what somebody
Rex
would use in that
Huerman,
kind
like
of
a belt. Yeah.
situation. Yeah. The thing about like them, I know your opinion on like basically like how they got there. I think it was just completely random. I think the older ones were out there in the woods. They heard the kids coming. And that's actually what Jesse said. He said they heard them coming, they hid, and Damien
Yeah, but he
was
also said that they had
basically like pulling them
photographs.
over. Yeah,
He said they had a
That's a
photograph
weird
of
one.
them.
Yeah, no, definitely. That's a weird one.
Yeah. No,
That's
there's a reason
it's
they had
not
a photograph of them. There's a reason that they had a photograph of them, and the reason that they killed them.
yeah,
And luring them.
it's odd. Usually kids say stuff to each other. I feel like if there was like this plan for them to go out there
No.
as a group, I think it would be something that they would have probably told somebody. You've seen or heard about
No,
the fourth boy, right?
when I grew up, I had a core. I had like 2 best friends. That's it. It was me and 2 of my buddies. That's all we did. We went and we did crimes together. Any shenanigans. We all. It was just us 3. Nobody knew what we were up to.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, that's a little different. It's a little different than
What were you
like the
saying
little
about
one. Something.
the fourth? We're saying the
No,
fourth.
when you're boy, you have and you run around. If
No,
your
for
little
sure.
core group runs into another core group,
Mhm.
Damien and Jason,
Yeah.
who knows what's going to happen right there?
Yeah,
Like that's primed for grooming.
Yeah, it's very odd, like the whole situation. Well, there's a lot of people who think that there may have been a 4th kid that was either there or they were with the boys right before it happened. There's witnesses that saw him, basically like a chubby kid that was riding bikes with them. And I think it was Chris that didn't have a bike. He was on a skateboard, which they never found. and then the other two were on bikes, which they found at the pipe bridge.
Yeah, I don't know if that's fact. That's the first time I'm hearing that.
Which
Well,
part?
that would go with that other.
They
shoelace.
recovered 3 bikes from the creek, and those 3 bikes by the parents belong to the 3 boys.
There's only 2.
No, there was 3 bikes. I can show you the photograph.
Let me see.
Here, I'll pull it up.
But you said that there was a shoelace that didn't match any of the other ones or something?
Yeah. It was a black shoelace, much longer than the rest of them.
Oh, you're right. There's 2 bikes here.
Yeah, it was only 2. And Chris was on a
Does it-
skateboard. I think.
It doesn't mean that there wasn't 3 bikes.
Well,
right?
they said he didn't have a bike.
There's 2
I'm
bikes
pretty sure
here.
he didn't have one.
Yeah, but there's 2 bikes here, but there's no skateboard. So I mean, like,
No, there was never. They never found the skateboard.
I think
Yeah.
she's saying that if there was a fourth kid, that maybe they took.
I'm
off
just saying,
on-
like, had it. I mean, these 2 are on bikes, and he's not.
He was riding on the pegs on the back of the bike.
Oh yeah, we used to do that as kids. I remember that.
Yeah, that makes more. That makes
they
more
had
sense.
they had witnesses that said that they saw him on the back of I think Michael Moore's bike.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
Dude, back in the day, freaking riding bikes and stuff. That was good times.
Yeah, pegs. I was always on the pegs. I love the
Or
pegs. I
trying to
love
ride
riding
on the
pegs.
handlebars too. That was fun.
Yeah, and then if you get too far, you're like you switch with your friend and you start riding, and then they get on the pegs. We
Yeah.
used to go far. Yeah, we used to go far.
Back
Here,
when
let me pull up
pegging
this
was-
photo.
was
Here, let me
innocent.
pull up the photo here, just so everybody knows what we're talking about. Yeah, it's 2 bikes here.
Yeah,
But adding
which
all that
means
extra stuff, where you might need to
if you-
help us know where you got that from. You know what I
if
mean?
if you think of I'll go over it. If you think of something too that's kind of odd, is that the bikes would have been on the other side of the pipe bridge, whereas Jesse,
What do you-
Damien, and Jason would have been coming from the other side of where the pipe bridge was. So that means they
The
would have to
murders happened
cross the
over
pipe bridge.
here.
Right. Yeah, they
Yeah,
happened
the
over
murders.
bikes
So what
there.
they
were
would
on
have
that
done
pipe
was
thing right there.
they would have crossed the bridge, grabbed the bikes, came back, and thrown them in the water.
That's what I mean. But like where
Yeah, that fits.
the older boys came from, it's not the direction that the younger boys lived. It would have been the opposite direction.
What do you mean? You talking about the
Yeah.
side of the water?
Yeah. Do you have the map? Do you know where the truck stop is? It's like
Yeah,
on the
hold on, let me pull
opposite
it up.
side of so all the boys basically lived on the south side of the pipe bridge. Okay.
They all did over here.
So no,
That
they
pipe
didn't.
bridge is where it happened, or
Yeah,
It happened right above it.
sorry, I just don't know too much.
So they lived
Yeah,
on
no,
this
no.
across the pipe into the woods.
The younger boys did. Yeah. The older boys all lived
Well,
north.
all did.
No, they lived north. They lived above it. All of them. They all lived above it, past the exit ramp. That means they came down from the trailer park, down the side road, and then they went into the woods.
Now I want to know all about this case. How do I not know about it?
I don't know. It's a crazy case.
Well, the thing is, just because you're saying that doesn't mean it's true.
I
You know what I
agree.
mean?
Listen,
I agree, but
so
I feel
you
like
have-
she's
you have
very
to
confident.
explain,
I feel like I
like-
trust her right now.
Yeah, but that's what you have. That's what you have to be careful. You're gonna just follow confidence.
I know I'm a trusting person.
That's the psychopath way right there.
give me
So,
1 second. I'll show you.
So they all crossed this path right here. So if they all
That's
crossed
where-
the pipe,
yeah,
why would they all cross this pipe if they lived over here?
No, that's where the younger boys would have crossed the pipe. The older boys would have come from the top part by the little side road up there. You see
Okay,
that?
so you're
yeah.
okay. Let me see if
Where
I
did
got
the
this
truck
right. Well, this
Yeah,
is making sense. Hold on, this actually makes sense.
And
So
that's actually
they came
that's
this way.
actually
Hold
where-
on. Let me get
Go
this right. So they come from this side of the highway, which is I-40, the I-55. Okay, so they're coming from this direction, and they're
Mhm.
hanging out here, right? Here's
Right.
the 3 boys hanging out. and
Yep.
then the young kids come riding up over here
Right.
and and they park their bikes here
They park their
and
bikes
get
there and they go
called
across.
over here.
Right.
Okay, continue. Thank
And
you.
then after the murders happened, they would have had to go back south across the pipe bridge, picked up the bikes, thrown them in the
Mhm.
water, then
Yep.
gone back north to get
Which is
back
not
out.
much, right? The bikes are right
No.
here. So what they do is they
Right.
grab the bikes, throw them in here, and
And
then they
hide
head
'em.
out this way.
I mean, the little boys too could have just like straight up rode the bikes across the pipe bridge too. I've had
I believe
conversations
Jesse,
with
though.
people.
Jesse
I
says that
believe Jesse too.
yeah, Jesse says they parked here and then
They
they were
parked there. Yep.
and this is where Jesse and Damien were doing their little dirties,
Yeah. Yep.
right?
And
And
just
then
think
they call
about
over
it.
the boys.
That's
Why would they call them over? So that they can fucking kill them.
yeah.
So that they
Yeah.
can join in on
That's
what they were doing over here. The
that's so
little
scary.
dirty.
Like to think of other
It's
kids doing that, you know?
disgusting. Yeah, these guys were right before call boys over, they
You're
were
a robot.
sucking each other off. So why do you think that they were? Why do you think they called them over? Right, and they had photographs of them. Come on now,
Yep.
like it's obvious to me.
It's
They had photographs of them?
Yep.
Yeah,
That's what Jesse
according to
said.
Jesse. Yeah, according to Jesse.
Yeah, so the trailer park that they lived in, this is where Jason and Damien lived in. It was called Broadway Trailer Park. It's basically northwest of there. It's kind of hard to describe unless you have the map up. There's like an exit, like an on-off exit that you can get on from the interstate, and it's like kind of south of there. Yeah.
Are you talking about this?
Yep. It's like kind of north of that. Like northwestish, like up there.
Do you
You have
live
to
down
find no. You have to find an older map because I don't think
I
it
have a
exists
couple.
anymore.
Okay.
But Damien and Jesse lived there, and then I'm sorry, Damien and Jason lived there, and Jesse lived. He lived in a trailer away from there, but close.
Dang. That's so scary. Can't let your kids go anywhere by themselves.
Yeah, this is the edit. This is the edited version right here.
And you know what's I mean, I know Sleuth knows this, but why is it that Jesse said that Michael Moore ran away and he grabbed him and pulled him back, and for some reason Michael Moore's body is not next to the other two's body? Why is he separated from them? How would Jesse know that Michael is not like he ran? Why would he know that?
No, he's given. That's why he. The thing is that these guys were tried in two separate trials. That these little details are the reason why that's stuck.
Yep.
No, they weren't allowed to use the like you get around like
You're a robot.
it's an obvious
I
truth
don't know
about
what's
everything.
happening.
Yeah, you're a robot. Unfortunately, we can hear you. Say it
My
again.
voice is robotic still. Is it still
No,
robotic?
you're good now.
It cut that like that, and so you don't know what you're saying. Yeah.
Anyway.
But yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of evidence that I found really compelling. I originally did think that they were innocent. Of course, watching the documentaries, they're very biased. So that doesn't help.
That was my emotional
Well,
response.
what are the arguments that they're innocent? Like, why would what?
I'll be
makes
right
you
back.
think
Hold
they're
on.
innocent, and what makes you think they're guilty?
That they are innocent.
Yeah, like what would be?
I would say
convincing
just
on that side?
watch the documentaries. Like
I
that's
just-
that's all. That's all they.
Oh,
I mean, basically, they say that the idea of their innocence comes from a lot of hearsay, but it also comes from very low evidence when it comes to DNA. DNA was used in this case quite a bit. And fiber evidence was used in this case quite a bit. Fibers were found on the bodies and near the crime scene that matched both Jason and Damien, their houses. Blue wax was found that matches a candle that was in Damien's house. Damien's necklace, which was like a hatchet looking thing, had blood on it that matched his DNA strand, and it also matched Stevie's DNA. Now, it's very broad, the way that they tested the evidence back then, so it's not like 100% that shows that it was the boy's DNA, but it is basically saying it's the same type of blood and DNA strands that match. So it matches, I think it was like 20% of the population in the area at the time. Mm-hmm. So is it true? No, but it definitely doesn't help. But a lot of people say basically satanic panic is the reason that they were found guilty, and that's the reason that they were ultimately released. A lot of people said that they were found innocent and released. That is absolutely not true. They took an Alford plea and admitted to guilt in taking the Alford plea, and that's why they were released. They are still convicted.
Did the DNA evidence and stuff like not pan out like later on? Is that something that happened or no?
That's something that's still ongoing. There's still, it's still ongoing in regards
what about
to
like the fibers and stuff like that. Because I think fiber evidence is actually
you can't really prove that. It's not great. No, I mean, I think I want to say it was Jason's mother's bathrobe that matched fibers. Which is something that you could have just bought at like a Walmart or something like that.
Or couldn't you like just have gone to like their house and sat down or something? Like
here's the map right here. Christopher Byers' house, Michael Moore's house. So you're right, yeah. And Steve. So they all came from that side of the freeway, and you're saying that the killers
were
came
north
from
of
this
it.
side of the. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. That would kind of into their profile and cross way right here would make them a little bit kids that were over here that they're unconnected with, and then they could escape back over here on the other side of the highway.
Yep, that's exactly what I think happened.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, there was the whole documentary kind of plays it out that these kids were innocent and they were basically railroaded by a satanic panic craze of the era.
Are those the kids right there?
Those are them, yeah. Well, they're not kids anymore. They're adults now. But yeah, that one on the right, that's Damien.
Well, Damien was an adult the entire time.
Well, yes, I agree. That's Damien on the left.
Bunch of Satanism. That looks like a dude. Oh, look. Oh. Right. He's not sticking up for him because he thinks he's innocent. He's sticking up for him because he knows he's guilty.
That's the knife.
How old were they when they did it? You said 17?
Which one? So Jason was 16 at the time of the murders. Jesse was 17. Damien was 18. At the time of the trial, I think Damien was 18, or maybe he had just turned 19. And then Jason was 17. But look at that knife. That you're telling me that knife was in the water for almost 2 years? I don't think so. That thing would be covered in rust, absolutely corroded. That is shit.
It is a little bit rusted right here, though.
Yeah, but that's like garbage metal. That thing would be rusted out the ass.
It's rusted though.
Out the ass.
Yeah.
But one thing is that it's extreme is what it does. Because I
Yeah.
have, and I love
Yeah,
to
I think it
sharpen my
kind of depends on
knives.
like the flow and like the stuff within the stream, maybe. But if it was right by a pipe, I would think it would be more rusty, maybe.
Tell some sharp knife is right here. You see this? There is an edge on this knife.
Yeah, there's a lot
Dull
of
knives will not have that.
Yeah, I do believe that they beat the boys. I think that they cut the boys. There is
I think there
even
was a pocket
evidence of
knife as well.
stabbing. I think there
Yeah, I
was
think there was
multiple
this
knives.
knife as well as a
Yeah.
I think there was a pocket
I
knife
think
and this
Damien had
knife.
a knife. Yeah.
This knife wasn't sharp enough, I don't think. And then they began using it to
Mhm.
beat with.
Yeah.
The
And
bottom of the knife.
the bottom, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. The bottom or the back of the knife, it matches, I mean, perfectly with the wounds that are on Stevie's head. It was originally that style knife, like that Rambo knife, had a compass on the bottom of it, and when the
Used to
compass was out,
this knife, and the compass would fall out often.
yep,
What are those
exactly.
sticks
It
for?
was the Rambo knife.
What were those sticks for? They just had blood on them or something?
Those are the sticks that, yeah, they believed were used.
Like to be
Those sticks.
like to beat them up or
And
something?
what's interesting is this,
So,
like, what is
so
this? What is this stick right here? Like the dark markings? Is that just something that happens naturally?
I think that's just the stick. Yeah. So when the boys
Yeah, but why is it
were,
like dark right here? Look, you see how it's dark here and then here?
yeah, I think it could just be
What is that?
the type of tree, like the bark on it or something like that. I don't know.
But here, let me show you why. Well, because the photos that were originally released by Michael Osbrook about Abby and Libby, some
I need her to tell me about the sticks first, because I don't know what's happening.
Well, there was a
So,
similar this in
You're a robot.
you're roboting again.
I'm sorry. Continue.
So when the boys were put in the water, their clothes were tied around these sticks, and the sticks were jammed into the water to hide the clothing. The boys were also pushed into the water and held down by these sticks. So they were actually under the water. So
Or
when the
like
first
in
sweeps
the
came
mud or
through,
whatever?
I'm sorry,
Like in the mud, like stuck into the
into the mud. They were shoved into the mud.
yeah. Okay.
So when the first sweep came around and they were looking for them, they couldn't find the boys. It's because they were completely submerged, because they were pushed under the water and then pinned under the water with the sticks. The sticks were shoved into the mud and pinned the boys down, and their clothes were
pretty smart
tied
for-
around them and shoved into
Wiccan,
the mud.
whatever umbrella you fall under is usually going to be women. So it's also, in a way, you know, it's sort of like two halves of a whole. If you look at it in that regard, you've got the masculine aspect of magic and a more feminine aspect of magic. That doesn't mean, you know, only men can practice ceremonial magic and only women can practice witchcraft, anything like that. It just means that one, you know what, this is another thing that we should probably go into at one point when I'm talking about things that are masculine and feminine. It doesn't mean male and female. It's an entirely different thing, because a lot of these,
Right. It's kind of talking about them and messing with, doesn't doing. They're just conducting sexual
concepts don't have gender.
Is that one of the
which is
guys
something
that
we'll
got
get into
freed
with
or
the
whatever?
angels.
That's Damien.
You'll hear me refer to.
Yeah, this is Damien Eccles not too long ago, after he's been released.
Certain angels.
It's
as
interesting that they
he
got
or
like
him,
like
you know, for
Hollywood
the
people
ones that
campaigned to get them released, right?
Mm-hmm. It's crazy. To me, that's what the black magic was all about.
Yeah.
The spell worked. You know what I mean?
Dude,
or
oh my
her,
gosh, that's what
in
I
all
think about
actuality,
Delphi sometimes is
it was
like
just
those
an
sticks and
atrocity.
stuff. Like it was like concealed for like a long time, you know?
I mean, with what?
But I'm conspiratorial minded, so I definitely can go down those
About
rabbit
what?
holes
What?
really
What?
easy.
What? But what did you say? I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, like if there was like bind runes or like some sort of like
But
magical
there wasn't.
runes. No, I'm just saying that I did think that.
But there wasn't though.
I mean,
You
you
think
never
those
know.
were runes?
No,
Do you
I
think
don't
that
know.
that's
I was
what that
just
was?
saying that at the
No,
time
but
when
I'm
I was
asking you. Do
considering
you think that was runes? Do you think runes were left on that?
I don't know. I'm like I really have no idea. I could see it going that way. Like I think that there was a reason that they pursued that angle. So like somebody thought that out of the gate, you
Well,
know?
we know why they pursued goals to create doubt for Richard Allen, but why do
No, but
you agree
the
with that?
investigators had pursued it originally. Like they did the defense didn't make it up.
No,
Like
they
they just
looked into it. They
the
didn't pursue.
investigation.
They went down that avenue and then they left it.
I'm not saying that it is runes. I'm just saying that when we were thinking that, I was like, oh, I could see it being bind runes. Like, what if they worked? That's all. I'm not
Well, what do
even
you
trying
mean?
to get in the
But
Delphi
I'm
conversation
interested in that.
whatsoever.
But tell me how it's bind runes first. It has to be bind runes before it can.
I mean, I'm not like that into it. I could probably come up with some
No, I'm
stuff, but
seriously curious. I
I
mean, I
mean,
can even pull up. Here, hold on. Let's.
well, with this, like, take the Stevenson's case for example. They said that there was like
Good
some
example.
weird stuff in that, as in like that there were certain pictures that were like either displayed or like put forward. I don't know exactly what it was because they didn't say what the
No,
crime
they
scene was.
said they were. No, it had something with. They said pentagrams. I have a video of it where they talk about the pentagrams were left, like were written maybe in marker on some of the photographs. But yeah, it was a pentagram, and then they actually took interest in some local witchcraft groups during the investigation.
Yeah, what's that group that like goes through the cases? It's like a secret society type group. Do you know what I'm talking about or no?
That goes through the cases.
Like not all cases, but like they go through like one case a year, I think, and you have to apply to a committee to get them to take your case. And please, somebody know what I'm talking about, so
It's
I
not
don't
the
just sound like
Innocence
an idiot.
Project, is it? Are you talking about the Innocence
No,
Project?
no,
Oh.
it's not. It's not. It's like a secret society group that looks at more niche cases like the Stevenson's case, and I believe that they maybe looked at the Delphi case because that's how I like learned about them. I really wish somebody could help me out here. I'll think of it and I'll let you know.
I can't help you with that one. I'm sorry. I have no idea. That's a
But
new
here,
one on me.
Yeah, let me pull this up real quick though.
I would like to know if you remember.
Is it like a guild?
Possibly. It's like it's I'll find
I
it.
think
Just give me 1 second.
I think I know what you're talking about, actually. It came up during the Delphi trial, right? Some people on the defense side.
It was I learned about it personally when there was like people were talking about Coy Cox, talking about the Delphi case because something had led him to that case, and Ruckus had done like a live with Detective Coy Cox on the Stevenson's case. So like by looking at where those two converged, that's where I learned about that organization.
So what runes are you seeing here?
I literally haven't even like gone into that much, but I could go into it if I want to deep dive. Oh my gosh, do you see my video that I made on that I made on Patrick Westfall? Like because I was like one part of it I'm like my little rune set. I made it like a little if you want to buy my little room set, then just call.
Oh,
It's like,
right.
you were like, don't make me go down the fanny pack route. I was like,
Or when I ask him, like,
yeah,
he's
that's funny.
yeah,
That was a good interview for reals.
yeah, I thought I asked all the, just as they just. I don't see the room.
Well, the thing with bind runes is they would be like more than one rune combined. So like I think it would be harder.
Oh, you're an expert on runes now. I see.
I'm not an expert whatsoever.
Yeah,
Not claiming to
we
be
got
an
we got an
expert. I'm not
expert. We
saying
got
that's
an
what they
expert
are.
Odinist.
Nope,
You
do
know.
not put words in my mouth. I'm not taking them.
Well, I mean, come on. These aren't runes, right? Obviously.
VDOC. It's the VDOC Society. There you guys go.
Oh yeah.
I'm
Yeah, I know
not
what you're
crazy.
referring to.
Do you want me to tell you about
Yeah,
it?
no, it came up during the trial. Actually, weren't
I
some
know, but
people that were part of the VDOC Society? Didn't they testify?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't even gotten to like the testimony. Like I've gone through some of them, but I don't think I've gotten to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
It says, hold on. The secret society reference in relation to the BDOC Society is in the BDOC Society. It's a prestigious Philadelphia-based collective of forensic experts, detectives, crime professionals, and
Academia.
who volunteered to assist with unsolved cold cases pro bono. So like it's not like a secret society. It's not like a cult or anything like that. It's like more like a professional group, I guess.
Sounds like
sort
a
of.
guild.
Yeah, maybe a guild. Sounds good. We'll call it that. Are you like an expert on guilds now?
No, I just know people that are part of like writers guilds, and they gotta like stick together. They gotta stick with their crew.
Can we make a guild?
Yeah, we could. No, honestly, that would be cool to make a guild. Honestly, I'm down for that.
Oh yeah.
If you want to make a guild of like connected people who are in this genre or whatever, yeah, I'd be down for that.
Heck yeah.
That's a good idea, actually. True crime guild, like that's fucking brilliant.
The sleuth guild.
I get that a lot.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, the sleuth guild. Go, cheeks. Get it done.
I think it should be the Cheeks Guild. That sounds cooler.
True
Good.
Crime
She's
Guild,
the one that fucking
TCG.
made- Yeah, True
good
Crime
stuff.
Guild. Yeah. Everyone's equal. That's
Yeah,
brilliant.
people can have their own opinions even when they're wrong.
Yeah, the truth is we're all wrong, right? We're
I
all
try
wrong.
not to like. I try not to get married to an opinion.
Only the truth
because
is right. Only the truth is right. We're all wrong, and the truth is right.
It's important to like word it like that though too, like because
Well, we don't control the truth.
bias is unintentional. So once you kind of like get set on an idea, then it's like you do kind of like get attached to it for some reason, you know?
Well, you have to be careful with certain people because just because you're at arguing doesn't mean that you're right. You know, the people that are really good at arguing, and some people that just don't want to deal with it. It doesn't mean that one's right and one's wrong.
Yeah, some people are really good storytellers, or like they're just like Cheeks over here. But I mean, I think she was solidly based on facts, but like also I probably believe whatever she said because her voice is very.
That's how like an insult.
For thought, kind of. I am sorry, fangirling over here.
There's definitely some YouTubers who are better storytellers than they are fact-based stories.
Yeah.
I don't want to name anybody in particular, but yeah, it gets kind of discouraging to go into like a YouTube live and see people spouting just lies. Like it's just a lie. Like there's nothing truthful about what they say. in some of these cases.
Right.
And it's just, and then they have gigantic followings, you know, and now the lie becomes a fact. And so now you try to explain to somebody why they're wrong in a respectful way, and then they just feel attacked, and their mind is so made up that I could have Richard Allen on camera admitting what he did in detail, and then they're going to tell me that he's insane or being coerced, and this is what happened because of his solitary confinement or whatnot.
Do you think there is a problem with the way they kept him, though? Like, is there anything that, like, to that argument at all?
I don't think there's anything to that argument. I think he was fucking nuts before he even went there. But do I think that they... I think they should have been more careful in how they treated him. But I don't think he was treated any differently than most of the people in prison. No.
Who's that, Richard Allen?
Yeah.
Well, they really need to work on that. There needs to be a third option when it comes
doesn't
to...
help.
But, like, okay, so when he was in jail for trial, right, he looked considerably better, like, when he was going to the pretrial motions and he had been moved to the county jail. He definitely, like, looked visibly better. But, like, that's hard to tell, too, because, like, it does take a little while for medications to, like, balance out.
Well, not even just that. Not even just that, though. You've got to imagine, like, he was in prison or he was in jail for an extended period of time. It's extremely rough to get acclimated to something, but everybody will get acclimated to their surroundings after a period of time. You lock somebody up for something that they even did, and they're probably going to go a little nuts being in jail for the first time.
Get acclimated to solitary?
I think he 100% got used to it. He wasn't in solitary as long as most people think he was.
Well, but is there anything to, like, the Amnesty International saying that, like, 15 days is, like, a maximum for solitary?
I don't think they should keep people in solitary for months. No, I think that's horrible. I don't think that helps anything.
Do you think it could cause your brain to kind of, like, break?
Of course.
And then on top of that, like, add in some Haldol and maybe, like, you might be... I mean, because I think that people can get, like, your mind is a delicate thing, and, like, memories don't quite work like we think that
let's define it. Not your mind, but everybody's mind is different. One person can be absolutely tortured for years and come out the other end no problem, and some people can't take days.
Andy Dufresne.
And so when we say
arguing with me on that,
no,
he crawled through a mile of shit, came out clean on the other side.
I don't know if I would say that they go through it like no problem though, because like, okay, so I've been to jail before, not for like a long period of time.
Ooh.
And, like,
oh man.
But like so sometimes like I'll just hang out like in my bathroom is like my favorite place to be. I mean, also because it's like good for getting ready and stuff like that. But like, so there can be I think it's like pretty well documented that in solitary it does like quickly start to affect your circadian rhythm and other things like that, you know?
All I'm saying is people are different and not everybody's the same, right? What works for one person, what works for one person is not going to work for somebody else. So there's no way for us to
Kathy
really
Allen doesn't have a dependent personality disorder. Richard Allen does.
Right.
Well, like I was watching this one documentary on solitary confinement in like younger jails, in what's it called, juvenile hall, and basically
I went to juvie a couple times.
what they found was like with different prisoners, they needed like different things, but like this one kid just needed his guitar, and he like did so much better. You know, he just needed like that one little outlet to keep his
Right.
sanity, kind of.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think people should be on solitary confine, and like I don't like, to be honest with
I
you,
agree. It's inhumane.
yeah, if somebody is like a piece of shit, like some of these people are, um I'm down with bringing Stonin back. Just put him in the town center and everybody pick up a rock. But
Well, that's crazy. But the thing
I'm
is
just
that
saying.
I think
the
in a
thing
lot of
is
ways that
that
would be
well, hold on.
more humane than just.
Well, the thing is that it's hard to police people who are already in prison. So you have to
True.
have kind of like a jail for the jail. The jail for the jail is solitary confinement. So you have people who are in regular jail. If they start acting up, you have to be able to threaten them with something. You know what I mean? But people that are suffering from mental health issues, I don't think everybody belongs in jail. You know what I mean?
I
They
don't
just
either.
don't belong in normal society.
But like oftentimes the ones who are causing those issues that get sent to solitary are the ones who actually just need like more time outside or whatever to
Mental
block.
health.
I think we lost him.
Sorry, I had to yell at my significant other.
Oh,
'cause he
okay. I was
was
like, "What the hell is going
singing in
on?"
the
It just
bathroom, and I'm like,
we
shut it down.
thought we lost you.
If you hear singing, that's what that is. I can't really hate on singing though, because that's like if someone's singing, they're happy. So
Mm-hmm.
even if they sing badly, whatever.
I've been known as the songbird of a generation. So that's how
In
good
my
I sing.
car, I sing amazingly, but as soon as somebody else hears
Yeah,
it,
in the
it's like
shower, I sing better than anybody.
yeah, it's like the wave or versus like slot test. If it's being observed, you know, it's like a wave, and if it, I'm like a really good singer as long as nobody's listening.
Bad actor says, but Alan is dependent on her letting him be in charge. Yeah, he's okay with acting like he's nothing until they get carried away, right? He's like, oh, I acted like I was nothing and this small, insignificant nothing for so long. You guys all started treating me as such, and now I need to
I
kill
mean,
Abby
even
and
during
Libby to
COVID,
prove that
like where
I'm not.
you didn't go out as much, didn't you guys like notice that it affected you? Like that's one of the things that frustrates me about people saying that Richard Allen like looked at people funny or like was doing this or that in the courtroom, because going from solitary confinement to like a courtroom where everybody's looking at you, like I can only
I never
imagine
cared
that
about
being
any of that,
so
to be
awkward.
honest.
Yeah, that didn't mean. See, I don't care about the. I don't know if I'm saying that right. The accoutrement.
Yeah. Accoutrement.
I care that when it. Yeah, I never cared about any of that when it came to the trial. To me, it's just about his timeline, his lack of an alibi, and then the bullet. It's simple.
Like, I'll give you an example. Like, have you ever just been in deep thought, staring off in the distance, and one of your family members like says, like, "What the fuck are you looking at?" You know, like you're just like zoned out. Like that
Yeah,
kind of stuff
that's
happens all
all
the
the time.
time.
Well, that's
So,
me most of the time.
yeah.
Resting
But
bitch
you know,
face. I have been accused of that sometimes.
right?
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing. You know, people
Yeah,
like,
that's my family.
what's your problem? Nothing. I'm just sitting here. You know.
I don't have a problem.
I never really I like the perspective when people would come back and they would give like their, which I thought was really fascinating. It was a great example of how you know, somebody's perspective is their reality, because you'd have 20 different people go into this courtroom and then you'd have 20 different opinions on what happened that day. They were never the same.
That's why there's no such thing as justice. Like even with the jury, like just think about it. Like you have 12 people that are prepared for this, and you have teams that are more equipped than anybody at the task at hand to manipulate people.
Yeah.
That's not
Yeah,
justice. It's
There,
that's
there's
just who's the best. Who's the prosecutor? That's who wins.
who's a good talker, who's a good
Well, I mean,
storyteller.
Nick, like I was listening to the opening
Who
statement,
can
and
read the
Nick
jury?
McMillan
Read
is
them.
definitely like way more charismatic, and just like you definitely are like, oh yeah, like he's a good talker for sure.
You know, when it boils down to who picked the better jury, you know, who was able to eliminate the people they wanted to eliminate, and they got the people on the jury that they wanted to get, that there's a problem. That's a problem. But that's our justice system.
Do you think
You
AI
know?
is
That's our
gonna fix that?
No, I don't think AI is going to do anything.
It's not going to do anything. Well, that's definitely not. It's got to do something, right?
Well, not
That's
in
going to
that
do a
respect.
lot. I think.
I don't think it's going
I
to do
think
anything in that
eventually
respect, though.
it's going to be facial expressions.
Salute to you, you robot. I hate telling you. I feel like rude telling you, but then I also just can't hear what you're saying when you are doing it. So
Or what is my voice? Is my audio that bad?
it just sometimes it cuts out, like, but most of the time it's fine.
Oh, okay.
But yeah.
I was pulling something up. Hold on. Let's see. Looking at how much the bridge guy looks like Richard Allen.
Dude, did it trip anybody else out how clear the video was when it came out? I was surprised.
I knew I was going to be annoyed by the video when it came out. I knew for years that once the video came out, I was going to be annoyed. So I was kind of prepared.
I was not prepared for it to be that good. You know?
Yeah.
Like, why they could have just left, like, they didn't have to include anything else, but just left it like back. Because I think do you think they had zoomed it in and that's what kind of like made it more fuzzy?
Well, Disney did that. What we saw is what Disney did. They took the video, they cropped it, they cut it.
Did they get the
They
proportions
centered
wrong
his
too?
face.
Yeah.
No.
Did they do what? I'm sorry.
Like
Get the
here,
proportions wrong? Or is that just from the camera like
here, I'll
flipping
show you the
the
That's
proportion.
lens to-
that's from the
What's wrong
camera
with the
being
proportion?
cropped. That's from the camera being they cropped it, so it made him look stubbier and fatter than it actually is supposed to look.
Well, also
You
Teddy
want to
said
know what I
that
did the
that
other? Well,
part
hold
of
on. Fishy, if you take this person right here and you increase their size by 50%, it will basically match exactly what Abby is right here. And then if you take Abby and decrease her size by 50%, it matches the bridge guy.
I just think it's more helpful to have released it as it was and not zoom.
Well,
it
you know how
forward
tall
because
she is? She's 5'5".
I don't know.
She's 5'4". So
I think there's a way that they could have actually gotten fairly decent estimate of the height, right? Because we have like the two parallel lines, but
yeah,
I
but
don't
look
know
at
if
her.
we have the vanishing point is kind of like
Isn't
fuzzy,
yeah,
so
but
maybe not.
isn't but if you look right here, look, just take the bridge guy, right? You see him,
Yeah,
his
we don't
size.
know how far back.
Well,
he is, really.
hold on a second. Just wait. If
Okay.
you take the distance of Abby that's above his head, right?
Uh-huh.
This length right here, and then you take the feet and you take the length of her feet, it's almost identical to the distance that's above the head and the feet. So the thing is that tells us that these two are almost the same in height.
Yeah, we do know how far back he is though, because like you can tell by like where he is in comparison to
Yeah,
where
this guy is the
they
same
are.
height. Look at the distance. If you're an artist, right? Most people, they know vantage points and things like that. All you have to do is look at what the bridge is doing, and it's telling you exactly what to expect from their heights. These two are the same height. This guy back here is the same height as Abby is.
I
And
mean,
you can
well,
tell
then
because
why
this
did the
this
FBI?
same
Why did
distance
the
right
FBI
here
put it?
is the same distance right here in proportion.
I mean, but why did the FBI put that it was like 5'8" or something? If it's just that easy.
Who said he was
The
5'8"?
FBI got a lot of stuff wrong.
It's just funny that people like to pick and choose. Like, I'm going to choose the FBI's
I
information right
laughed
now.
at YouTube bad actors. I totally laughed at that it just seemed fishy. No offense.
Which one was that?
YouTube bad actors said they feel like they could just make, I can't read assay forms here all alone being ignored by panel.
Asinine forms here.
That's how you
all
spell
along.
asinine?
It's like an abbreviation.
Oh, okay. Cheeks, you like are very like, I'm gonna simp out again, but like you're very easy to listen to. Like you, I like say like a million times and it's super annoying, but you're very clear and concise, and yeah, you should.
I agree.
Talk about stuff more.
She comes on the panel. She's been on the panel before.
I'm trying to scoop her off your channel and put her on mine.
Oh.
No, I just
She's
literally
mine.
like I like how
Mine.
Work too much.
This is my cheeks.
This is beyond my time up. It's 2:45 in the morning right now. I'm just.
Yeah, but it's Friday.
Yeah, that's the problem.
But just tell her cheeks, like no, like tell her no.
No.
Thank you.
I kind of just wanted to read me bedtime stories or something. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be a weirdo. I just got naturally.
It's too late for that. It's too late.
Oh my god!
You're in a crowd of weirdos, so you're lost.
But
Nobody
if you're
will
weird
see
in
you.
a crowd of weirdos, that's not good.
And nobody will see you.
Yeah, I mean, this whole thing, like with Delphi, it really like, I don't know, it really made me disappointed in like people in general. Like I don't know. It's the blinders are so hard for some people that you can't even really reason with them anymore. It's crazy.
It's a
Do you think
human
that's
experiment.
like? I feel like that's a lot due
this
to
point.
the way law enforcement let everything come out, though. Like, it's
well,
you can't let that drive your opinions.
Yeah. The problem is we are inquisitive humans, right?
Yeah.
So we want everything.
Wait,
we
did you
want
say
it now.
Inquisitor? Inquisitor?
Inquisitive.
Inquisitive.
Shout out to the Inquisitor, though, right?
But we have like we want it now, like we don't want to wait.
Mm-hmm.
So
Impatient.
why won't they
actor?
why won't they release it? Why won't they release this? Oh, it's because of this. Why won't they do this? Oh, it's because of this. It's just
But don't you think that if had they released like the video in its more clear version, that if you had seen that guy around Delphi, maybe not on the bridge, but maybe like in a store or over here, and like it would have been a lot easier if they had just done that real early on to be like, oh yeah, I think I saw that guy,
No, I don't think so.
What about the car?
They know that it sucks. They know that it sucks. Fishing.
Yeah.
They know the video. They, as much as you know that the video sucks, they know it sucks too.
I think the video actually didn't suck as much as like the picture. I think was very misleading, and it was like so blurry that it like your eyes are trying to fill in the blanks. Like you're always, the way you see stuff is not like actually how it is. So
That's
so
pareidolia.
it just made it ripe for you to be able to literally insert whatever. And then so people who Bridge Guy was like an older person at the time, like that was the main suspect.
Yeah, but people are
definitely see
also
an
trying to
older
call
person.
this Ron Logan, though.
Well, that's
You know
what I'm
what I
saying.
mean?
It's like the
Like,
way
this
that
is
they put it
obviously
out
not
made
Ron
it
Logan.
prime for that.
Yeah, it looks nothing like Ron Logan, but
Like, here's
everybody
a, yeah,
kinda
here,
does.
Yeah,
Ron
here's a
Logan
clear
was like
photo.
Ron Logan was like 6'6" or something like that.
No, he's not that tall. He was only 6 foot. So
Was
if he
he?
had if he had sneakers on, he would not be much taller than this man here. But see, the thing is, the man that we're seeing here, his face is right here, and there's something up above his head, which has to be a hat, and then part of a
Mhm.
hoodie. You know what
But
I mean?
like, aren't there artifacts?
It's not his
if you're,
head.
if you're taking like frame by frame, wouldn't there be like artifacts from other frames and stuff?
Yeah, but the artifacts you can see right now. Like, here, show you. I'm gonna do something for you. Hopefully, it doesn't like slow my computer down, but.
Yeah, I don't see Ron Logan at all in that picture. Like, not even remotely.
Let me know if you guys can even see this, because I'm gonna have to close off this screen. So here, let's try this. Can you guys see that? Is that wrong? Is that the bridge guy?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So now what we can do is we can zoom in here. Is that coming up pretty good?
All right.
So we should be able to work with that right here. And that does not look like, it just doesn't look like Ron Logan. But as far as the artifact that you were referring to, Fishy, that's it right there. You can kind of see the side profile and then the front profile. But here, let me try to work with this real quick. See, that's a pretty good. That looks a lot like Richard Allen there, if you ask me.
Yeah. It looks like him to me. His
Yeah,
head
it does.
down, tilted to
Yeah.
the side.
It looks just like him.
Got a little goatee. So there's something in video that's called interpolation. So when you enhance a video, and you make like adjustments to it, it almost it has the program try to create a frame, basically.
Well, this
Like a
is the sharpen,
pixel.
right? This is what you're talking about right here. So here's
Yeah.
sharpen. This is exactly what you're talking about. So this is basically maximizing what you're referring to. So the
Yeah.
pixels, this is it kind of boxing them each out.
Mm-hmm.
So this is basically all that you're ever going to get from this photo on a simple level. You're never going to get like real detail or anything
Yeah.
based off
I mean,
of what this is telling you.
I mean, ChatGPT now does that in like a more sophisticated way, but yeah, interpolation is not a good thing to use in like in court, because
That's why it's good to let it. The
Yeah.
blur is fine. Like if you just leave it like this, you can still get an idea. You know, it's like a sketch. You can still kind of get an idea of what this person looks like, and it's not Ron Logan. It looks a lot like Richard Allen.
Mm-hmm.
And we can, I mean, you can just keep going through the video all you want, but every good little snippet, boom, right there, Richard Allen. Find another good one. Oh, right there, Richard Allen. Richard Allen. All of this, it just looks like Richard Allen. Doesn't look like Ron Logan. And if you want to do what you were saying, where you can maximize the pixelation,
Well,
it's not.
yeah.
It's not turning into Ron Logan.
Nope.
It's still the same guy, who we
Yeah,
know it to be.
looks nothing like him. It looks just like Richard Allen.
Yeah.
I mean, when they posted Richard Allen's mugshot, I was just like, holy shit, that's him.
Yep, I was shocked. But I also understand that I was biased by it. Maybe, but I mean, I've never been. Maybe, well, let me take that back. I'll admit that I was biased during his interview, which I was like, man, that sounds a lot like the Bridge Guy audio. But when it came to seeing Richard Allen for the very first time, yes, I was completely convinced. I was like, after studying this video right here for years, I was like, there's that motherfucker. I mean, look at that.
Yeah, it's just him.
It's
and
him.
and everything really adds up to where it's him. The situation he found himself in, the mental health problems he's had, he admitted to having,
Yep.
it's just him.
100%. This is him spitting. So this must have been where he spit out the cigarette. See that? Like right at that point, he's spitting something out. Wonder if that was a cigarette butt he was worried about.
I still think he I think he racked his gun on the bridge.
I'm convinced of that.
I still think he did. I think he didn't have anything in the chamber. I think he racked it. It put a bullet in the chamber. And then
I
over
think he
at
already
the,
had a bullet. I think he pulled the gun on the girls, but I don't think he racked it. I think he pulled the
definitely
gun
pulled
out.
it.
He
I
pulled the
feel like
gun
he
out.
did.
Yep, he pulled the gun out. He didn't have to rack it. It was already racked. Pulled the gun out, forced him down there where he wanted him, and then told him to strip. Hold on. I actually was working on something.
I feel like he did, and I feel like you can hear it in the video if you focus enough
I
on it.
can't. Oh, trust me, I focused. It's just
Oh, I know.
in my opinion.
I can't remember where it's at. It's been a very long time since I listened, but I think it's right after he says guys.
Yeah, I don't hear it. And I've captured a lot of anomalies. I pointed them out, but that part I haven't been able to capture. If you can show it to me, I'll be able to listen to it. But this is something that I've been working on. Like I said, I'll probably delete this video, so it's no big deal if I show it to you. Okay. So the black right here kind of represents, I would say, nudity. Except for right here, this is the black hoodie. So this would be right after they were forced, basically after the white van. I'm assuming Richard Allen would be, I think he had his pants off. So if anything, what he's doing is he has his pants and the jacket in his arms, still wearing his hoodie with the gun and the blade in the pocket area. So that allowed the girls, once the van comes, it allowed them time to cross the creek.
Yeah, I think he took them directly down the immediate hill to where the path was.
Yep, he went as
Got
far
him
as he
to
could.
undress.
Yep, he undressed them right here. So this is basically them, right? They're
Yeah.
undressed. The van has come. He's the only reason they have time to cross the creek is because he has to get dressed too. While they were undressing, he was undressing. So I think he took his pants off, he took his shoes off, and he took his jacket off. Just he's in the exact same situation as Abby. So when the van comes and the girls take off running, he's not going to run the way he is. What he's going to do is he's going to turn around. He's going to put on shoes, just grab pants. He's going to fall behind them. But that's going to give them time to get away. And what we know from this case here is that Abby dropped her pants in actual underwear, right? And went that way down the creek. She dropped her hoodie right here at the scene. Libby dropped one of her shoes at the scene. Dropped her tie-dye shirt right here. So this is what they're carrying. One shoe, cell phone, her jeans, hoodie. Unfortunately, Abby has dropped everything as far as her pants and her hoodie, but she has her shoes. So let's take them to this point here. And we can probably get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that shoe. And these would be Abby's pants down the creek. She doesn't have them. So we'll block those out. So we have Richard Allen looking now. After catching up to the girls, he put on his shoes. He's carrying his jacket. And he's carrying his pants. He can throw them down on the ground if he wants to. One thing that you need to realize here, what's exposed from Libby? She's completely exposed right here on her neck. No defensive wounds because she's holding her clothing. So Richard Allen catches up. He doesn't pull his gun at this point. He just begins attacking her. Okay, and the black represents nudity. So Abby is completely naked from the waist down. Libby, she's just completely everything in her hands, shoe, her phone, and her hoodie. Abby has dropped all of her clothing. She dropped her hoodie, the gray hoodie, and her pants and underwear, and one of her socks. So she has, I think, a sock and two shoes. Okay. So if Richard Allen is so angry, he just wants to stop them from running. You guys need to get back here. You've made me cross this cold creek. And you're trying to get me in trouble with my wife. No defensive wounds. Why? Because she's holding her clothes in front of her. Please don't hurt me. Neck is totally exposed. So this explains why there's no DNA. Right? No DNA. He's not really touching the girls. And if he did touch them, that's all been erased by them going through the water. The water would have washed all that away. Okay? So by her holding her clothing in her hands, it exposes her neck and would create the effect of absolutely no defensive wounds. Right? Because her hands are preoccupied. So what happens when Richard Allen attacks her? Let's see. Okay, hands on throat. Here we go. So once he attacks her, right, she's totally vulnerable. So we're going to add these hands. We're going to take these hands away. These are the holding hands. Boom, those are gone. We're going to drop the shoe because she's holding her neck now. Richard Allen has attacked her neck. Everything in her arms have fallen onto the ground. Boom. Everything's on the ground now. A black hoodie, one shoe, a phone, and some pants. Okay, so what happens after this? Let's see, touching the tree. So she's going to turn. We'll remove her. Hands on the throat. Right? So she dropped the hoodie. She dropped one shoe. She dropped a phone. And she dropped her jeans. Otherwise, she's completely naked. She's been attacked at the throat. No defensive wounds because she was holding her clothing. She turns around, touches the tree. The defense wants to call that the F tree. They're fucking stupid. Right? Drop of blood here underneath this tree. So now she's going to fall on the ground over here. So honestly, we need to, yeah, she's on the ground. Richard Allen is going to approach Abby. Put the, get dressed down while I figure this out. It drops the bullet right here, trying to intimidate her. He re-racks it. Bullet's now right here on the ground somewhere. Okay. So she's going to put on, Richard Allen's going to tell her to put on the clothing because she's naked. Look, the black represents being naked. She has nothing on from the waist down. He just killed Libby. There's her hoodie, and there's her phone, her shoe, and her pants.
And Abby's also wet at this time from crossing the river.
Yep.
So if they did have a conversation, she may have said something along the lines of, like, I'm cold or something. And he said, well, put those clothes on.
He did, look. And this is what happened.
He's trying to figure out what the fuck to do.
So there, let's get rid of these clothes because they're now on. Right. Yet because she's going to be sitting on the shoe. She's trying to remember the phone. Somebody tried to use the remember? Somebody tried to access phone with the thumbprint. This is Abby at this point. While he's staging the crime scene, he's running around, moving Libby, moving sticks. He tells her to sit over here. She's trying to hide the phone under her legs right here. She's also maybe trying to hide. He may have just dragged her over this shoe. Back here. So you guys wonder why her arms are crossed. Well, first of all, she's wearing wet clothes. She's shivering. She would rather be shivering than it's because that's all she had. Libby's already been murdered. She's wearing her shoes because that's what she had on. And she has the phone underneath her because she's trying to use it. She's trying to access it to call for help. Now, this is when we move to this scenario. Let's see. So I think that explains the no DNA. No DNA and the redressing. This would be kind of the rest right here. Let me do something.
I think it's also very possible that she was blindfolded at some point.
There we go.
And that's probably when she was killed. I don't think she saw it coming.
Abby?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he had her blindfolded when he did it.
Her blindfolded, but I think he had a position where she was just completely terrified. I think that's why the bullet was there. He used that to scare her. And I think he just kind of snuck up on her. And after he was so, he didn't need, like, just cut it through flesh. And he learned that. That's why when he that's the difference between wounds. He was very violent. He was barely violent, and it was probably in a fit with Libby. It's so violent. That's calculated. He made a that he was going to kill Abby, and that explains why during some of his confessions, he
was sorry.
specifically he was sorry for what he did to Abby, because what he did to Libby, he probably doesn't even remember. He knows he did it, he just doesn't remember it. But yeah, you guys get the gist. Close this, close that. Oops, sorry. Bad actors, that makes sense. See what everybody's talking about. What do you think about that, Fishy? You still there? I don't think Fishy's still there.
I think it's very likely what happened, or something along the lines of.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I've been looking at this case for so long, I'm almost certain of it. It's like one of those scenarios where everything can fit in there, right? That puddle of blood, that tree, the L tree, why did this happen? Why is there a puddle of blood here? The redressing, it fits pretty good.
I've never found, and I've tried to find it, but I've never found anything definitive on what direction their throats were slit. Because it would tell you if they're right-handed, left-handed, if they did it from the back.
No, they actually talked about that during the trial, and the pathologist said that he wasn't sure. He said he couldn't determine whether it was coming from the left or the right. And that's why I think Richard Allen was just so mad when he caught up to Libby. She couldn't defend herself because she was holding her clothes in her hand, trying to get away.
I think he cut her and she was bleeding out. And when she fell, he cut her again. I think it's actually I think that's what happened. I think he cut her and she.
I think he went crazy. I think he saw that her neck was exposed, and he's thinking in his mind, I need to get that artery. But he's never really. It's like a fledgling killing.
Yeah, he doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, he doesn't know what to do. So what he does is he just starts swiping as fast as he can, back and forth, or even just 4 or 5 times in the same direction, real quick, and then he realizes that it's overkill, and that's why he adjusts with Abby. He's like, okay. That was overkill. There's blood everywhere. Now I'm just going to do one slice and it's over.
Yeah. For some reason, I think he killed Abby from behind. I think he killed Libby from the front. But I think he came up behind Abby. I think that's why.
I definitely think that he chased her down. I think that, and the only reason that they would have any kind of time to run away and not be killed on that side of the creek is because he was undressed too.
Yeah. Or he had no shoe. He had taken his shoes off.
I think he took his
Like,
jacket off and his
why?
shoes, and when he gave chase, he put his shoes on, and he kept his jacket in his arm,
Yeah.
and ran after them. So when he caught up to them, he dropped the
Or
jacket.
or he could have just gone back and gotten it.
Yeah, he could have went back. Yeah, he
There's
could have
plenty
went.
of
He could
time.
have been completely naked.
I like how people always say like, "Oh, it happened so quickly." No, it didn't. It was a very long period of
It
time.
was like
And if
Koberger, like
if
15 minutes.
right, explain to me too, like, why people ignore the fact that they had like salt on them, like they had sand on their body. You know what
Yeah,
I
that was
mean? Like
huge in trial.
Abby
Everybody
had
ignores that. I
under
talk
her
about that all
clothes.
the time.
Yeah,
And it proves that Abby had
was
a moment
nude
in time.
and she
Yeah,
was
she was
on the
nude,
ground,
and then was at one point was able to put her one
clothes
sock
back
and
over.
her shoes back on.
Yep.
Yep, and that's why I came up with this theory. That fits right there.
Yeah, for a very long
Absolutely,
time, that's what I thought.
that's
I thought that
important. You're
I
probably
thought he
the
was
only
pretty
other
much.
person that even brought that up. So
Yeah.
that shows how much people care about facts.
Yeah, people ignore stuff like that.
Details.
Like when the defense put out their answer to like what they think happened.
Well, like the
And then you
Franks.
start reading it. Yeah, the Franks.
Yeah, the
You
Franks
start
memo.
reading it and you're like, wow, this is crazy. And then
Yeah.
you start actually reading
I had
like
fun with
the
that. They
yeah,
hate me.
you read it, you read everything on it. You're like, wow, this is a
I read the whole
fucking
thing like 3 times,
full
back to
on
back.
work of fiction.
Yep.
Like
I read it back to back 3 times in a row.
I
And
was
then
I
I went
was
live about it.
I was in somebody's channel talking while they were reading it, and I kept going, that's not true, that's not what it says. I'm
Yeah,
like,
it's
that
all
it literally says, we're basically making this shit up.
Mhm.
And I'm like arguing with like 30 people in her
Yeah.
channel, and I'm like, all right, whatever.
Yeah, that's where I started getting my hate from. I call that the separation of 2022. Yeah. That's when like my channel stopped growing and everybody started supporting Richard Allen. It was like this weird separation, you know what I mean? And I was like, I'm not joining that cult. Like, no, we're steadfast here.
Well, you know what it is too, it's like your favorite YouTuber is saying that this is wrong and here's why, and here's compelling evidence as to why this is, an inside job, like the
9/11.
sheriff was trying to, the sheriff, he's trying to get reelected and like all this bullshit. Like,
It's a great story. Like, it's a wonderful story. Like, it would make a great movie,
yeah,
right? Doesn't it sound wonderful?
of course.
Like Tony Leggett, he's like, oh my God, it's Richard Allen. He's not going to hurt anybody. Let's sit on this. We'll sit on this. And then when 6 years go by and it's my time to become sheriff, we're going to, we'll throw it at Kathy Shank and hit her in the head with it when she's not looking. Be like, oh, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, and that bitch didn't even get the money. Isn't that crazy?
I would have took that money.
I would have been infuriated if
Think
I
about
came
what
up
you could do.
with that.
Think about what you could do with that money.
I know. Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
lot of
why
money.
should the state have that money?
Exactly.
She should have took that
She
money and
found
did
it.
some. If she found it, she should have took that money and did something really good with it. But you want to know what? She's probably part of a conspiracy.
Yeah, I agree. I think the conspiracy is not as grand as most people think it is. I think they just fucked up, and then they
Mhm.
figured it out.
And it's to
Plain and simple.
secure, and it's to secure
They
this
got
arrest.
they got the perfect example. Just like these other channels have the blinders on with how everything is so leaning towards him being framed and all this stuff.
Mhm.
It's the same premise of, they were like, holy shit, look at this fat fuck, Keegan Kline.
Yeah.
This motherfucker is definitely
I
responsible.
love to call him a fat fuck. That's like my favorite thing in the world.
Exactly. Well, he is.
Yeah, I just love that when people say that.
But I think they had the blinders on so fucking hard for they had him dead to rights right in the beginning, but I think
Mhm.
they also were looking at basically like everybody in the area. I mean, there was like I lost fucking count, like 6 search warrants in like the first
Yeah,
like 2 months.
Maxwell Bicycle Bridge Road was a big one. That was
Yeah,
televised.
that was a huge one.
And interesting about that one is that Kathy worked like right around the corner from that.
I don't think they had a fucking clue about Richard Allen
They didn't. And
until
I think that the reason they
found it.
didn't is a lot. I think you got to give Richard Allen a lot of that credit. Like people say, well, what happened with this Whiteman bullshit?
Whiteman.
I think
Yeah.
it was Richard Allen. I could totally see him saying, writing down Richard Allen Whiteman and doing that as a way to get it tangled up in the webs. I could totally see that.
I don't know if I ascribe to that. I think I don't know if I think he's that smart. I definitely
It's not
think
that
he's
he's that
but
smart. I think that that's really the only answer, right?
He's clever.
Think about it. How
Well,
else does he not get pinged right after that?
I think human error is a big problem. I think it's very possible that it was just input incorrectly.
It only
Maybe-
takes one time, I guess. Yeah, you're right.
Maybe Dolan was just fucking not paying attention. He's like, God damn, I'm
It
starving.
was.
I gotta
What they say,
fucking
6:30 at night. Yeah,
I'm
human.
fucking starving. I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna have dinner.
I don't
This
want to do
motherfucker,
this.
it's got nothing to do with it. I know
This
this guy. This guy.
He's
filled my
like all the
prescription
Richard
the
Allen
other day.
supporters, right? This little fuck.
Yeah.
He didn't do nothing.
Yeah, look at this guy.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
little
exactly.
fucking family man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I think you're right. The Jedi mind trick.
Yeah. And then he gets there and then
Blows him off and then goes about his business, doesn't file his paperwork correctly and doesn't. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
I
But how
think
does Kathy Shank just fucking stumble upon it right after the Keegan Kline confession?
I don't know if she did. I think it's possible she did.
Oh
but
man,
I mean,
that's so bizarre.
you know my perspective on Klein. I still feel like he's involved, and
Yeah.
I think he.
Well,
very
they do
well
too.
told
It's
them
not
some
just
shit.
you. They think he's involved too.
Yeah.
They spent millions of dollars to prove that that's what they believe. Millions.
Yep. Well, I know somebody who also thinks he's involved, and I think he had a rendezvous with this person at a hotel room, and I think there's evidence of that too. But
Well,
we'll see.
I'm actually interviewing somebody that might have something to say about that this weekend. Actually,
Have I shown you those pictures? I think I might have a long time
You know
ago.
who Brandon Woodhouse is?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, his brother Justin. No, we're going to be
Oh.
talking with him this weekend about
Oh,
all
okay.
that, about the hotel, about Keegan
Mm.
Kline, and about a lot more. It's going to
Yeah.
be very juicy.
Yeah, and
Can't wait.
I kind of lean towards that being true. I
Yeah,
think they took his fat ass out, got him a fucking quarter pounder, took him out. And he's like, "Yeah, we threw it out over here." And they're like, "All right," and then they took him up there, and I don't know.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
Well,
thinking.
Justin has quite the story. I mean, this goes back and it has everything to do with the Delphi. It's fucking crazy. I just can't wait. So, but I think that's going to end it for me, guys. I think I'm going to be done now. So, Fishy, you still there? I don't know if
Yeah,
Fishy's
me
still
too.
there. All right, let me get
3:30 in the morning's enough for me. But
It's 12:22 here.
I'm like 6 coffees into my day.
I'm just
I've
surprised
been up
that I'm
since
not.
6.
I'm surprised I'm not completely shit faced.
Nice.
I drink a
Well,
pint. Proud of myself. But I am ready for bed, I think.
yeah. Well, have a good night. Have a good night, chat. Talk to you later,
You too,
Sleuth.
Cheeks. Thank you. That was a great. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, no worries. Later.
Bye. All right, guys, that's gonna do it. I thought I was gonna delete this, but actually, it's all good. It turned out to be a great conversation. We went into the West Memphis 3. I only got a little bit buzzed, so it is what it is. It's Friday night. No big deal. So, thank you all for joining. Back here, Louise, everybody else. Make sure to